Well, you can play with those pens. I need those pens, though.
I don't want.
Okay. Hey, Tutorius.
Oh.
I want to talk to you. Can you look at me? Can you look at me? Okay, before I talk to you, I want you to take all that stuff off. You don't need that on your face. You don't need the sunglasses on. I really like the Ray-Bans, though. What's in your bag?
Nothing for
Nothing.
you.
Nothing for me. I like it. Is that new?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay. So this is the deal. Before I talk, I've talked to you a couple times, right? Before I talk to you, I want you to know that what happens in this room is between you and me. Okay? Can you look at me? And do you know the difference between the truth and a lie? What is that?
Do you have a LG charger?
No, but why don't you put that away so I can talk with you, okay? So do you know the difference between the truth and a lie?
The truth is you tell the truth. The lie means you tell the lie.
Okay. And what's a lie?
You don't tell the truth?
Okay. Okay. So we're not going to lie in here, right? Because I don't think you've ever lied to me, right?
No.
Okay. And I want you to know that you are safe in here. Anything you say, okay, and I don't care what you say to me, I'm going to believe you, and I'm not going to get mad at you. Okay.
You are.
What?
You get mad at your kids sometimes, I bet.
Well, when they do something wrong, but we're not doing anything wrong here. What I want to talk to you about is the day that you went to your dad's house, okay? And I know that a lot of people have talked to you about it, but the only thing I'm going to talk to you about is what you remember, okay? I don't care what everybody else has said to you. You look at me, okay?
Yeah.
I want to talk.
You recognize you didn't see anything else about the hair.
Did you get it cut? Is it getting long? What's the deal? Did you get sides cut, didn't you?
No, I got sides front and back cut.
And your eyes are so pretty, aren't they? Yep, you look good.
These are her eyes is brown. Her eyes is hazel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'd like to talk to you about that day, okay? Okay. And I want you to know, do you know where your daddy is right now?
Where?
Do you know?
In jail.
Okay. So you know you're safe from your daddy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That bum.
That bum, okay. And do you know that your mama loves you?
Yep. That my mom.
That your mom loves you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And do you know that everyone just wants to find where Briege is, right? Yep. Including you, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I want to talk about that day. Can I take you?
My mom woke up, she said, how come your own mom don't know where your daughter's at?
I know that's a sad thing, right? I think so too. So let's take you back. Can you shut your eyes? Can you shut your eyes? All right, let's talk about your dad picking you and your sister up that day. Okay.
Oh, he's so ugly. That's what he gets. That's why he's gonna stay in jail for his whole life.
Okay. So where did your dad pick you up?
Yeah, he picked me up at my nana's house.
At your nana's house, and what's
614 West 63rd Street, phone number 1, remember?
Okay, yeah, I do remember. And what did he pick you up in? What kind of car?
That black one.
The black cool one. Okay. And
then when he dropped me off, he used that purple one.
Okay. Well, let's talk about where he dropped you off at.
My mom was coming to get me. He dropped me off at McDonald's.
Okay. So let's talk about your daddy picked me up, and you went at the grandma's house, 614 West 63rd Street. And who was there at the house when you went there?
His girl.
No. At your grandma's house. Who was there?
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
Henry.
Mm-hmm.
My sister.
Which sister?
Bree.
Is she the only sister you have?
No, that's my sister.
Okay, so Bree's there, and who else?
CJ.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was at work.
Okay.
And my nana was there.
Okay, and what happened?
My nana told Bree, don't go with him. Because she was afraid that he was going to do something to her. So she told her don't go with him. And she went.
Okay. So she was allowed to go. Did CJ want to go?
No, yeah. But there was not enough room.
Okay. Did your daddy say anything like CJ could go?
No, he said that he can go some other time.
He could go some other time. Okay.
But he's in jail right now, so how are we supposed to go some other time? Go to jail? Go inside jail?
I don't know. So when you left there, where did you go? I know you went somewhere. Where did you go?
To his friend house.
Who's his friend?
I don't remember their name. But he left us in the house.
He left you in the house?
Me and my sister.
He left you and your sister, and then where did he go?
Outside.
He went outside? Did he leave in the car?
Yeah.
He did? Who was inside the house with you?
There was two women and one man.
2 women?
Yep.
And 1 man?
Yep.
And do you know who the women were?
They're just black.
Black girls? Were they older, like your mommy's age, or were they younger?
Younger.
Younger than your mommy? Like how young?
Probably like 6 or 8.
6 or 8, so like your age. So 2 black girls.
Yep.
2 young girls. Okay. And what about the man? Was it a boy or a man?
It was a man. It was a grown up.
It was a grown up, and you don't know what his name is?
Nope.
What did you do in that house?
Playing the game.
What game were you playing?
GTA.
Oh, you like that game, Grand Theft Auto. And what was your sister doing?
Playing some stupid game Wii.
A Wii game?
Yeah.
And
Do you know that game? Wii.
I do know. I actually have a Wii. So where are you playing the GTA at?
In the living room.
Okay. Do you remember what color the house was?
No.
And where was your sister playing the Wii at?
In the back room.
Back room?
Yep.
Do you remember what the house looked like? It was an actual house?
Yeah. It was
Okay.
actually like
When you got there, how many people were in that house?
a couple.
Okay. Did any of them leave with your daddy?
No. He just went by himself, and then he came back, and then he told me and Maureen to come on.
Okay. So he left. How long do you think he was gone? Was he gone a while?
Yeah.
Like, was he gone for over an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
To his house.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere on the way to his house?
No.
Okay. When you got to his house, was there anyone at his house?
His girlfriend.
Who's the girlfriend?
Andrea.
Okay.
Ain't
And
Andrea in jail too?
what?
Ain't Andrea in jail too?
I don't know where she's at. So you go there, and what happens when you go to Dad's house? What are you doing?
That's not my dad.
Okay. What would you do at Henry's house when you first got there?
You know me, I always play GTA.
Okay.
Playing GTA.
Where were you at playing
In the living
GTA?
room.
Living room. And was anyone with you in the living room?
Yeah.
Who?
Andrea.
Was she playing?
No.
Well-
She was sitting down on the couch on her phone.
She was sitting down on the couch on her phone?
Yep.
Okay.
And
And
Henry was in the back room with Bree.
Henry was in the back room with Bree. What was he doing back there?
Watching her play the game.
Which game?
Fortnite.
Okay. How long did you think you played?
Pretty a while.
Okay. When you are playing a game, are you paying attention to anything but the game?
No.
I
All I
don't
do
think
is just drive.
so. So if your sister was doing something in that back room, would you know what she was doing?
No.
You wouldn't know.
No.
Okay. Do you remember if the door was open or closed?
Open. I said close.
Okay. Are you sure it was open?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was your sister sitting or laying, or where was she?
She was in the back. Where was she laying? She
Or
was
where was she in the room when she was playing the game?
in the bed.
On the bed? Where was your daddy at?
Standing up.
Standing up where?
In the back room.
In the room?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say you play for quite a while, is your daddy standing the whole time, or does he do something else?
He spent a little longer, and then he go get us something to eat.
Okay. And then what, did you talk to Briasia at all?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Cause so I was about to wake up and I was about to wake me and her up and talk to her. We was about to talk to each other, but I recognized she was gone.
Okay. So let's talk about You are playing Grand Theft Auto in the living room. Andrea's in there, and you said your dad is in the other room with Bree.
Yep.
And so you guys are both playing games, and then it's time for dinner. And what's made for dinner?
Pizza rolls.
And who makes those?
My dad.
Your dad does?
There's pizza rolls. We had he made a ham sandwich.
Okay.
What is it? With bread and cheese?
Ham sandwich?
No, bread and cheese.
I don't know what that is.
Grilled cheese.
Oh, he made grilled cheese too?
Yep.
Okay.
And we also ate, you know the things that you always go, you go like this, you swish them down like
Hamburgers?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hamburger.
He made all that?
Yep. We
Oh.
ate 5 things.
You had 5 things?
Yep.
Okay.
He told us we can't eat until morning.
He told you what?
After we ate 5, he said we can't eat until morning. Because
Okay.
we ate all that food.
Where'd you eat that food at?
In the living room.
Okay.
Me and my sister did.
What
Because he didn't have a table.
And what did your daddy and Andrea, where were they?
We went to sleep.
No, when you were eating.
They were eating 2 on the couch.
They were eating 2 on the couch? All of you were on the couch eating?
Not together, no.
Okay.
Me and my sister was on this couch, and them 2 was on this couch.
Okay. They were on the little
And
couch?
then when they were sleeping, they were sleeping on the air mattress.
Okay. Let's talk about after dinner. What happened after dinner?
We had to go to bed.
Did you play more games?
No.
No? After dinner
I
you
didn't want to get in trouble.
You didn't want to get in trouble? Did you guys have to, did your mommy come at some point?
Yeah, I just knocked myself so close.
Okay, because you guys didn't have clothes? Okay. So did you see your mommy? Did you go down and see her, or did you see her somewhere else?
I seen her through the window.
Which window?
The front window.
Which is the front window? Is that the one facing the parking lot or facing
In the back room.
in the bedroom? Okay, so that's the front.
That's the back window, and then this one is the front window.
Okay.
And there go the side window.
Okay. So who goes down and gets the clothes?
My sister.
Okay. Do you remember what your sister was wearing that day? When you guys got picked up?
Ask my mom, I have no idea.
Okay.
She have a picture of it.
Do you remember what you were wearing?
I was wearing some jeans
Mm-hmm.
and a white tee.
Okay. So after dinner, you said you didn't play any games. Okay. What happened after dinner?
You had to go to bed. No, we did a little firework, and then we had to go to bed.
Okay. Did you take a bath or a shower?
Bath.
Okay.
My shower. He didn't watch us.
He what?
He didn't watch us.
Okay. So who took a bath first?
Me. I took a shower.
Oh, sorry. You took a shower first?
Yeah.
Okay. And
But then my sister took a shower too.
what clothes did you put on?
Some shorts
Mm-hmm.
with a long white tee. At first, I had on the Henry white tee.
Henry's white tee?
Yep.
Okay.
You can smell her white tee because she had it on, and it's not washed. It's still at his house.
It's still at his house? Whose?
Henry's. Henry, big white tee.
Yeah.
The one that my sister wore is still there.
It's still there? How do you know that?
Because she took it off.
Okay, let's talk about that. So she took a shower?
Yep.
Okay. And what did she...
You're confusing me.
I'm not. I'm just asking you from here to here to here what's going on. So you took a shower first? I don't know. So you took a shower first, and then she took one. And what did she put on?
You got...
Do you know what she wore?
No.
Do you remember what she wore to bed?
No.
What's with the white t-shirt?
Oh, yeah, she did wear a white tee. And then when she got up, she changed her clothes. And my mom got the clothes and the shoes that she got on.
Okay. So after you took a shower, you guys went to bed. Where did you guys go to bed? Oh, I have one more question. Did you guys use a towel to dry off?
Yep.
What color was the towel?
White.
White towel? Where did
If
those?
you saw a muddy towel, that's when my sister wiped her feet off of. Muddy towel. Muddy towel.
Why did she wipe her feet off with
Cause she stepped in the. She was walking and she stepped in the mud barefoot.
When was that?
When I started doing firework. She stepped in.
Was that a little towel or a big towel?
It's just like this.
So not a big like towel for your body.
No,
More
we
like
dried off with a big towel, but we washed off with the same towel.
Okay. And that was a white towel too that you dried your body on?
Yep. He said 2.
2? Where would those white towels be?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Hang up on the that little thing that you hang towels up there.
Like the shower curtain?
Yeah.
Rod?
Yeah.
That's where it should be?
Yep.
Was there just one towel or was there more than one towel?
There was my dad's towel, his girlfriend towel, and me and my sister's towel.
So there's at least 4 towels in that bathroom? Were they all the same color?
No.
2
is red and 2 is white.
So 2 red and 2 white towels?
Yep.
Okay. Did your dad or Andrea take a shower that night?
No, they had to be funky.
They had to be funky? Okay. So after you took a shower, did your dad give you those white tees or who gave you those?
My dad.
Where did he get them from?
His closet.
His closet? Did you bring pajamas?
Nope.
Did your sister have pajamas?
Yeah.
But she didn't put those on? Because he wanted her to wear that?
Yep.
Okay. So then did you go to bed right away or something else?
And then that's all.
Okay. So which bedroom did you sleep in or where did you sleep?
In that one weird bedroom.
What?
That bedroom?
The only bedroom?
The bedroom that's in the back.
Okay. With the air conditioner?
Not in the front, not in the living room.
Not in the living room. So you slept in there. Was your sister with you?
Yep.
Okay. And where were you sleeping?
At the bottom.
At the bottom?
And she's right at the top.
Okay.
And I put her kicked me. I said, ow, breathe.
Okay. Did you both go to bed at the same time or did someone go to bed first?
My sister, she always go to bed first.
Your sister went to bed first? And then what about you?
I'm just sleep 4th.
You went to sleep 4th? You were the last one to go to bed? So what was everyone else doing?
You were go night.
Okay. Do you remember what your daddy was wearing?
So when he got up, some raggedy gold shoes, and it looked like. What color was the shirt? Black. And his shorts was blue.
Blue shorts? And
Yep.
he had a black. Did he have anything on his head?
A hat.
A hat? What kind of hat?
Black. And he had chains on. He had the fake chains.
What color are they?
Gold.
Fake gold
And
chain.
he had gold teeth.
He had gold teeth in?
Yep.
And so when he went to bed, was he wearing this stuff or was he wearing something else? Or do you not know?
He was wearing that.
He was wearing that, so he was wearing a black shirt. Did he go to bed with gold shoes on?
No, oh no.
No? But he had blue shorts on?
Yep. And he had what is it?
You said a black hat?
Yep, and a black hat.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
And a do-rag.
Was that the hat?
No, the do-rag was under the hat.
What color was the hat?
Black, and the do-rag was black.
Okay, so black hat and black do-rag. What was Andrea wearing when she went to bed?
I have no idea.
Okay, so your sister went to bed first. Who went to bed second?
His girlfriend.
Andrea did?
And then he went to second. And then he went to sleep 3rd. And then I went to sleep 4th.
Okay, and where was your daddy sleeping?
And I just told you.
Well, sometimes I get confused. Was it the air mattress?
Yeah.
Was Andrea on the air mattress too?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you went to bed.
Yeah.
Were the lights off in the house?
Yep.
Okay.
And the doors was not locked.
Which doors?
The front doors.
How do you know that?
Because I checked.
You checked? Why did you check?
I'll make sure they're unlocked.
So
I went back upstairs because I heard some. Oh, that's how I heard it. All I heard was.
Okay. So did you lock the doors?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that before you went to bed?
Yep.
So you locked the front door before you went to bed?
Yep.
Okay. So then what happened?
And that's all.
Okay.
And I know.
And then.
Oh, and then I know that him and Bree was walking down the stairs.
Okay. Was it light outside or dark outside?
Light.
It was light. And how do you know it was him and Bree?
Because I heard Bree's voice.
You heard?
I know her voice.
You know her voice?
And I know that bum voice.
Okay. Where were
Can you
you?
give me a back while we going out here?
Where were you when you heard her voice?
In the bedroom.
In the
peeking.
You were peeking. Why were you peeking? Was there something going on that you were?
Because I was making sure he wasn't doing anything with my sister.
Okay. And was he doing anything to your sister? No. What did she have on?
You gotta ask my mom. She was, every time we wake up in the morning, she wears the same thing. You gotta ask my mom what she was wearing. Because she screenshotted it. I don't even know what she's wearing.
Okay, so you don't know what she was wearing when she walked down the stairs?
My mom knows. She got the color.
Okay. But you said that she was wearing a white t-shirt when she went to bed?
Yeah, and then when she woke up, she changed her clothes.
Okay, did you see her change her clothes?
No, she was in the bathroom.
Who was in the bathroom?
Bree.
How did you saw her in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was your dad?
He just woke up. And when Bree got up, he just woke up.
Okay.
And then when he came back, he said, Bree's missing.
Okay. Did Andrea ever get up in the middle of the night?
He had to go use the bathroom. She checked on me and Bree first, and then she went to the bathroom, and then she said, Bree's not there.
So you saw your dad leave with Bree before Andrea woke up?
Yeah.
Okay. So you saw, I'm just making sure I get this right. You saw your sister in
I'm
the...
tired of people asking me.
I know your little brain was smart and that you saw things that are clues. You know what clues are?
Why are you talking like that?
Because I'm talking to you. You know what clues are? They help find things, and you have clues I don't even think you're aware of to help find your sister. And so that, they want me to talk to you because I need to find those clues so that we can find Bree. You want to bring her home?
Yep, hashtag bring Bree home.
Absolutely. Okay.
Not.
Okay. So.
How many question marks do you ask me?
I don't know. Do you see? I have like a whole bunch. Do you see all these things? These are all the things I want to know from your smart brain. So, listen. You see your sister in the bathroom and your daddy wakes up.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what she was wearing in the bathroom?
Oh, I know. She was wearing some blue shorts that just had stuff just like this.
Okay. And what was she wearing on top?
She was wearing some red.
No, but what was her shirt? Was she wearing that white tee in the bathroom?
Yeah, until she took it off.
Okay.
I don't remember the shirt or the shoes, Mom. Oh, it was black. The shoes was black and brown. I don't remember the shirt.
Okay.
You gotta ask my mom that shirt color.
Okay. So did your dad said, hey, what did your dad say? Why were they walking down the stairs?
I have no idea.
Okay. So they leave, and then you said that Andrea came in a little later and went to the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did Andrea say anything to you at that time?
No.
No? And what did you do?
Nothing.
Okay. And then what happened?
And I just went in the living room.
When did you go in the living room?
A while ago. Remember when Brandon was missing? I went
morning when you woke up?
Yeah.
Okay. And who told you to go? Did someone tell you to go in the living room?
Yeah.
Andrea did? What was Andrea doing in the morning?
Looking back and forth through the windows.
Okay. Was she doing anything else in the apartment?
No.
Did she call anybody?
No.
No. Was she cleaning anything?
No.
No. And then what happened? Did your dad come home?
No.
Yeah.
And what happened when your daddy came
And then
home?
he said, Elizabeth, and then he said, I don't know the reason that my mom told him to drop me off.
Okay.
Who's watching us today?
No one. Did Andrea ask your dad where he was?
No.
Did they talk at all?
No.
Was your dad happy or upset when he came home?
I think he was yelling.
What was he yelling about?
His orange juice.
His orange juice?
Somebody stole it.
Okay. Do you know who stole it?
Yep.
Who?
Andrea.
What'd she do? Drink it?
Yep.
When did she drink that? Earlier?
Yep.
Okay.
And he came back and he said, oh, drop my orange juice.
Okay. What was your daddy wearing when he came back?
Same thing. He busted those shoes.
Those gold shoes?
Yeah.
Was he wearing what shirt?
A blue shirt.
A blue shirt or
Yeah. Oh yeah, black shirt.
And then what else?
And a busted do-rag and a hat.
Mm-hmm.
And then some busted chain.
Mm-hmm.
And then some busted gold teeth.
Okay. And then what happened when your dad came back and he was yelling at her about the orange juice?
Then he just took me to my mom. Because my mom wanted me back.
Okay.
Because she didn't want him.
Well, I know that he took you other places because you told me he took you other places.
Oh, he only took me one place to his friend's house.
Who's that?
I don't remember his name. I just
Well,
told
once
you.
your dad picked you up in the morning, look at. Did your dad tell you not to not say anything about something?
I don't know. Oh no.
You don't know?
Nope.
Remember how we were going to talk about being truth or
I'm
lies?
not. Yeah.
What did your dad tell you not to do?
You have the corona.
What?
You have the coronavirus.
I have the what?
Coronavirus.
Can
Because I got it and I touched you.
Can you tell me what your dad didn't want you to say?
Nothing.
Well, that's not what you said to me before. I know that you went places with your daddy because you originally told me you went places with your daddy.
I only went one place.
Where was that?
To his friend's house.
Okay, but in the morning you told me you went fishing with him. Remember that? Do you remember? So I want to talk to you about going fishing. Why are you getting mad at me?
I'm not.
Well, you are. I just need to pick your brain to find out where he took you.
Oh.
What? Why don't you want to tell me where he took you?
See that? That's disgusting.
Yeah.
So
Can
nobody and then he'll skip on driving through.
Okay.
And then he stopped really
I got to go to work and leave it at
hard,
home.
and then I banged my head into
I got to go to work and leave it on the bed.
You got stuck somewhere?
Yeah, and then he had to drive fast
You had to drive fast?
to get the there was dirt,
Mm-hmm.
and he had to go. Boom!
Okay. Where was that by? Do you remember?
It's not a place where you work.
Where who works?
It's a lot of what is it? The little things that go, the little tall things that go, and then you pick the stuff up, and then you come back down. You know what I'm talking about?
No, what are you talking about?
I can't remember.
It's a place you work
Yeah,
and you pick stuff up?
yeah.
And
It's a little hook. It goes just like this. Just like that. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
It's the little things that the people be standing on.
Okay. People be standing on.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. Do you know how to play charades? So people be standing on and
You don't even know what it is.
no, I don't.
Neither do I.
But you saw people standing on it, or
Yeah.
you know that's what they did?
Oh, so.
Okay. Were people standing on it?
Yeah. What's these white things?
I don't know.
I
So
don't
your,
think how we're finished.
so your dad got stuck.
Yep.
Do you know what town you were in when he got stuck?
No.
Okay. Were you in Davenport, do you think? Or do you think you were far away? Oh, that's just recording. Do you think you were farther away than Davenport?
Nah.
Okay. You told me that you went on a long drive.
Oh yeah.
Okay, where'd you go?
It was on a road that I took. That's the road that he drew so slow. You know that place that I took you to.
Yeah.
He drew so slow that he went there.
Okay. Now I know that he picked you up. You went somewhere right away. Did he? You told me that he had to turn back around to go get something.
Oh yeah, her clothes.
Whose clothes?
Maureen.
Did he already have your clothes?
Yep.
So your clothes were with you, but he turned around to go get Bree's clothes?
Yeah.
And then when you left his house again, where did you go?
He went to 2 fishings, and they dropped me off.
You said something about
Oh, the trailer?
yeah, when did you go to the trailer?
Well, he went to go wipe off his knife,
Okay.
and now they got that trailer.
They got the trailer? I want to talk about the morning when your dad picked you up and said that your sister was lost. Where's the first place you guys went?
When?
That morning that Breasia was lost.
We went to go look for her, and then he called
Where
Mama.
did you go look for her?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? Do you remember your daddy going to any type of store?
No.
You never remember your daddy going to a store?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Did your daddy go and buy something somewhere? Do you remember your dad taking you to any type of store?
No, I just said no.
Because remember how I told you that we have you different places and we can see you on camera?
We didn't go to the store. I just told you.
Okay. Did your daddy make you wait in the car anywhere?
Just at the 2 fishing stops.
Okay. You only told me about one fishing stop. Where was the other fishing stop?
One was on this side of the river. The other one was on this side.
Okay.
So he had one over here and then one over here. Then he don't have to go and be like.
Did you see him fish actually?
Also was bleaching a knife
A bleach and a knife. And where did he get those things from, hon?
in his trunk.
In his trunk? Did you ask him about that? Did you see him get
I
the?
was afraid he was going to stab me.
Why were you afraid of your dad?
Because he's mean.
He's mean? Have you seen him do something mean?
No.
But why do you think he's mean?
Because he lost my sister.
They definitely lost your sister. So he got the knife. Did he take the knife somewhere?
In his trailer. And then he took it back out and he bleached it up and then cut something with it.
What did he cut with it?
Did it have blood on it?
I don't know. What did he cut with it?
I have no idea.
Where did you see him cutting something with it?
He had to cut something. Because they said there was blood on the knife.
Who said that?
The, people downtown.
At the police department?
Yeah, down here.
No one said that. But you said that he took it out of his trunk. What else did he take out of his trunk?
Nothing to bleach, that's all.
Okay. The bleach, was it in a bottle?
You know, got a container that you pour the bleach in?
Yeah. Do you know where he got that container from? No? Okay. Did he only get the bleach and the knife out one time or more than one time or something?
One.
Only one time? And that was where?
At the Credit Island.
He got it out at the Credit Island.
Yeah.
And then he went back to his house?
Mm-hmm.
Or his trailer?
His trailer, and then he dropped me off.
Did he go in the trailer?
Yeah.
What did he do in the trailer?
Wipe his knife off.
So he wiped his knife off.
Yeah,
there?
he also had the key.
The key to the trailer? Okay. Were you in the trailer when he wiped his knife off?
Mm-hmm.
No?
He was by the door.
He was
That's
right.
what I knew. And
Okay.
everybody was staring at him because he had the knife. This is how they was.
At Credit Island?
No, at the when he was in his the trailer.
So there was other people down there?
Yeah.
How many people were down there?
2.
And what did they look like?
It was like
Were
it
they,
looked like they were about to call 911.
okay.
So they pulled off their phone.
Did you go in the trailer with them? Did your daddy say anything about the trailer?
He just told me don't tell y'all.
Why is that?
He told me don't tell y'all where the trailer's at.
Why did he not want us to know about it?
Cause he was afraid.
Of what?
Oh y'all,
What?
he was afraid of y'all.
Why would he be afraid of us?
Cause he don't know you.
Did he say that he would do something to you if you told?
Yeah, he whooped me.
He told you. When did he tell you that?
Huh?
When did he tell you that?
When we was at the house, he said, if you tell anybody that I got 100, if you tell anybody that I got a trailer, I'm gonna tell you what.
Okay. So he told you that.
Not go back to his house.
Okay. Did he tell you that at the house or at the trailer?
Trailer.
He told you not to tell anybody about it?
Yep.
Okay. You said that he wiped the knife off there.
Yep.
What did he do with the knife down at the river or by the water?
I have no idea.
But he took it with him?
Yep. He was carrying it just like this.
Okay. And do you remember where you took me down there? Do you remember that on Credit Island? Was that where he carried the knife like this?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You never saw him with a fishing pole?
Nope.
Okay, but he said he went fishing two
2
times.
times. Yep.
You said he got stuck in the mud. Where was it? Was that at Credit Island or somewhere else? Okay. Do you know where that was? Do you think if you saw it, you'd be able to tell me?
It was by the job place.
The job place.
Uh-huh.
Whose job is it though? Do you know? His? Where does he work?
It's, you know where all the people that fix up the stuff? Like break down stuff and put it back together.
Okay.
That's where he worked.
Is it Reds?
Yeah.
Reds?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay. So he took you down to Reds and he got stuck in the mud?
Yep.
Okay. Did he get anything out of the car down there?
Knife and bleach.
At Reds?
No.
Okay. At Reds. So, what is that? Can you get back on the chair for me? I know that you were with your daddy for about 2 hours. Do you know that? And there's a lot of places that you and your daddy went.
Not a lot.
Okay, well, there's more than what you're telling me. So I know that when you left.
I don't know a lot.
Okay, but you haven't told me everything, right? Remember, I'm a detective, and I can tell if you haven't told me everything. What haven't you told me?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. You know how I took you on that drive? You showed me different places, right?
Yep.
Okay. I think I'm gonna take you on another drive.
No.
But I think we're gonna go get some McDonald's first. Are you hungry?
No, I don't want to go on a drive.
Okay. Deterius, I know that you were
My
with
name is not Deterius.
Oh, what is your name? What are you gonna call it?
Detorius.
Detorius. What?
What is it called? Hey.
Well, I need to get some information from you, and I know why are you getting so mad? Can you tell me that? You know, I've been with you so long, so many different times, and you've always been really pleasant, and you've been happy, and you've never been mad at me, and now you're mad at me about something. Why are you so mad? What's different today, hon? Can you tell me that? No? I need you to help me find Breasia, hon. That's what
No, I'll help my mom.
Well, your mom, essentially you're helping your mom if you help me. Do you know that?
Mom, I told her don't help you.
What's that?
I told her don't help you. Stop staring at me.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why you're so mad and why you don't want to help me.
Because I don't want to stay here.
I know you don't want to stay here, but this is the last chance I have to pick your brain about what happened that night with you and your dad and where your daddy took you. It's my last chance.
How?
I don't ever get to talk to you again, Victorious. And you are the one that could help me find your sister. And
Why can't you talk to me again?
well, I can talk to you again, but typically we don't talk to kids over and over and over. And right now, I know that you have been with your dad, have done things with your dad, seen things, and he took you different places, and you haven't told me everything.
I don't remember anything now.
And sometimes when you take, just like when I took you on that drive that first time, you looked out the window and you could tell me where things were. You could tell me where things were. Because your brain remembers things. Remember how initially you told me you couldn't remember things, you have a hard time? But when you see something, you remember it, right?
No.
Why are you smiling underneath there? You also talked about a red truck. Do you remember that red truck you talked about?
I was just kidding.
I don't think you were kidding about a red truck.
No. We saw one of his orange trucks. We was looking for booze. One of his orange trucks.
Okay. When he was looking for Bree, was he calling anyone? No? Did he have his phone with him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because I know you were with him for a long time, right? Notorious.
Not very long.
Not very long?
Can you let me go now?
Well, I'm going to go and talk to your mom, and then I'll be back.
Why are you talking to my mom?
Well, because your mom's the one that wants me to talk to you, and she wants you to be honest about what you...
What are you about to tell her about?
I'm just going to tell her that you haven't told me everything. Because remember I
Because
told...
I don't know anything else.
Okay. Hey, bud, no one's mad at you. No one's mad at you at all. Do you understand that? I'm trying to jog your memory so that you remember some stuff. Because I have you on camera. Remember I told you that you are on camera? All right. I'm going to let you calm down for a little bit, okay? Okay. We're going to go very soon. Okay? Well, why are you crying, buddy? Hey. What's going on?
Uh-oh.
Hey, Victorious. Why are you crying? Hmm? You need a hug, bud?
No.
Okay. Did your daddy tell you not to tell?
Oh, yeah.
Did your daddy tell you not
No,
to say?
he didn't say anything about that.
About what? I'm asking if your daddy told you not to say anything.
He did not say that.
Okay. Why don't you wanna tell me every place you went?
I don't remember anything.
Just hang tight.
Where are you going to get?
I know I'm going to talk to somebody.
Why?
Just because I want to see if there's something else I need to ask you before we get out of here.
You got me a bag too?
A what?
A backpack and have the blue bags? I'll come with you.
Nope, I can't have you come with me because there's other people out here. There's a bunch of detectives, okay? I'll be right back though.
Where?
They're all working to find your sister, okay?
Oh my God, I'm staying here.
What's up, Movie? You alright, man?
All right, you talk to me for a second.
What's happening, little man?
We'll take our noon break at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
It's sad.
This is so sad. This is sad, y'all. Let me turn off my you know, this is sad. Can you hear me, Charlize? Can you hear me? This can y'all hear me? Because I'm at work now. Can y'all hear me? So we can talk. I mean either. This is sad. Yeah, this is sad. I mean that somebody don't told that little boy not to talk. Somebody don't told the little boy not to say nothing. Somebody told him not to talk. I I think she did a pretty good job, but he was getting exhausted. He was getting kind of tired. Yeah, he was getting kind of exhausted and tired. And somebody told him not to say something because he's scared of his mama too, because his mama don't play with him or something. Because he act like, I wasn't supposed to tell you this. My mama gonna get me. That's how he was. He was like, who you gonna tell? You about to tell my mama? It's sad, y'all. It's just, he holding back, y'all. He holding back. He, oh, Oh, these trees getting on me. Yeah, he holding back, y'all. He know. He know what happened. I don't know what to say. I ain't never experienced nothing like this. He is traumatized so bad. He upset, traumatized. He wanna tell it all, but that defense lawyer, he over there writing a whole lot down. That defense lawyer, honey, he taking notes. See, when his mama was in there, when his mother was in the like a rat. Yeah. He didn't want to go. Something went on. Something else happened, y'all. Something else happened to that baby. And he not supposed to tell. Yeah, he was scared to tell the truth. Somebody told him not to talk. And he like, you gonna tell my mama? You gonna tell, they got to stop threatening him. See, he don't have Bree. He doesn't have Bree anymore to protect him from getting spankies and from getting into trouble. Now he don't have nobody to help him. He don't have nobody to help him get out of trouble. He showed is. See, when his mother around, he says what he wants y'all to know. He says everything. I'm not gonna say nothing out the way, Mama. But when Mama left out, he got like, oh yeah, you know how children do when they mother's not around. They get hyped up, and it's some he. DL know what happened, y'all. DL told us in the first video what happened. DL said in the first video, the dad said so he gave somebody $100 to go use their fishing rod, but he know he ain't do that. Ugh, that right there was something else. I had to leave the laptop on at home and use my phone to come live because I had to keep up with DL. DL is traumatized. He a smart little boy. He a smart little boy. And Henry over there mad. He over there taking notes. The detective, his detective over there taking notes. He about to tear that he better tear that detective woman up when his time comes. He about to tear that woman up. He about to tear that woman up, boy. Oh Lord. Oh, DL was about to get loose up in that room, boy. Woo-wee. Somebody is our key person, but he didn't mention nobody. He's protecting someone. He protecting somebody. And I don't want to say who he protecting. I'm gonna keep that to myself. I can be wrong. I could be wrong as a case, but I don't want to tell y'all who I believe he's protecting. Cause if he don't protect this person, he won't have nobody. And then he got to go back. He got to go into what you call child service. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know, but I don't want to say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing because I don't want to look at that route. I believe he protecting this person. And if he lose this person, he already done lost his sister. He done lost his daddy. And he gonna lose somebody else. Sure is. He too nervous. His daddy was looking right at him. His daddy shouldn't have been up there when he was. But see, his daddy wasn't in the room though. See, his daddy, he see the little boy in a investigating interrogation, like in a child room. Centric. So his daddy can't see him. He in a like a little child room. So he not in the courtroom. That's when he was the little boy. That's when he was 8. Right after it happened. So he telling y'all right after it happened. But when he was in the courtroom, that when he was 11 and 12. Now right now, Henry can't see him. Henry just he just over there smiling. Old Henry over there. Sure did, because his mama there. He like, who you about to go get? Who you about to go get? Why you got to go get them? They told me not to tell y'all. Yeah, I already told y'all. The things kids have to go through. See, he a smart little boy. Yeah, now that I know what it was when he was in the stand. When he testified, he was 11. That right there, when he was 8, he in the room at the very beginning. See, he in that room. He was 8 right there. Yeah, he testified on day. I think it was day 3. I want to say day 3. It's sad, y'all, man. This is so touching. This is so touching. Why is Henry? Why? You know what? See, why is brother Henry got Asia in the room? She in there playing her game. He in the room with her. Why he ain't in the living room with his son? He ain't in the room. He in the bedroom with her. Yeah, I mean, this is a sad case right here. I ain't never heard about this case until I started doing the trial. I ain't never seen nothing like this before in my life. This case right here will take your heart, man. He in the room. He in there playing the game with the little girl in there. He was doing something he ain't got no business doing. Why she ain't in the living room with them? He had to do that little girl like that. And then I knew he know she was gonna tell. That baby wouldn't die for nothing in the world. And he had to take her out that way. He had to take her out another way. He had to take her out another way. These folks be looking space out over him. Look like they zone. There's another zone over him. I don't know what to say, y'all. But I know she said, why you gotta go get my mama? Oh, he said, did y'all hear him say he wanna get away off around his daddy and his mama? Something like that. She asked him. He said, he said both of them. He wanna get off around his mama and he wanna get off around his dad. See, that boy don't lost the closest person in his life was his sister. He don't even want to be around his own mama. She said, I'm gonna protect you, yeah, from from your daddy. And then he said, my mama. See, when they tested him the very first time, the mother shouldn't have been in there. And she over there saying, you tell the truth now. Make sure you tell the truth. He cried, y'all. This baby cried. This baby started crying, man. He started crying. He crying like, I can't tell y'all. I'm gonna get in trouble. Don't tell nobody what I just told. See, he got the trust. Whoever talked to him, he got to trust them. He don't trust them. They don't know how to talk to him. He said, I'm about to go talk to your mom. She said, I'm about to go talk to your mom. And he said, like, please don't talk to my mama. What you gonna tell her? He said, what you gonna tell her? That ain't the way to live, y'all. This is not the way a child should live. I mean, he living scared. I don't know what to say. Sad because the adults are talking around DL, thank you, with their thoughts and opinions. Father, of course, threatened him, no doubt in my mind. Exactly. They around there talking, you know what, Henry this, Henry that, and the little boy sitting there like you said, sitting there saying, that ain't what happened. That ain't what happened. I'm telling y'all what happened. Y'all ain't listen. They don't listen to him. His mama don't listen to him. His mom do not listen to him. And his son ain't right. Somebody, son ain't right, y'all. When the mother was in the room with him, he had like he free. He was free when he see the little boy can be something else, y'all. He can be something else. You know how boys are, and she got to put her feet down with him. Yeah, she got to put her feet down with that one right there. Yeah, I believe his mama is as bad as that's what he act like. You ain't lying. That's how he act. That's how he talking. And he's scared the mama going to whoop. Yeah, and his daddy is too, and he still scared of his daddy. And his daddy gonna be locked up. I would have told him you ain't got to never worry about your daddy no more. But what's wrong with the? I don't know. Something ain't right with her. Something ain't right with the mama. I ain't judging that woman. Why wouldn't she want the little boy to tell? It's something about they don't believe him. They're acting a fool on the mic. I don't know. I don't know. It's so many thoughts going through my head when he talking. If his father like that, y'all know what? I wonder is that they sure that's not Briasia daddy. They sure Henry ain't Briasia daddy because that little boy and Henry, that little boy and DL and Briasia look alike to me. They look like they got the same daddy. They look like they got the same daddy to me. Something ain't right with that situation right there. I wonder did he raise that little boy? Is that really his daddy? Because him and Briasia look just like. Same complexions, look just like. I don't even believe that Henry. That look like a little mixed little boy. That don't look like Henry child. That don't even look cute little boy. That little girl look like her mama. It's too much going on, y'all. It's too much going on with this. I know the judge sitting out. The judge, the one gonna have to make the decision. I just feel sorry for the child. I don't feel sorry for nobody else. I can't eat down to them because them. I think mother wants him to tell her version of the event because she angry and confused. Her only daughter missing. Yeah, see, mama, ooh wee, yeah, her only daughter, her only daughter, and Henry took it from her. That boy ain't gonna be right, y'all. So she might well forget about that. He's not gonna. She don't need, and they need the people who she around need to stop saying he gonna be all right. He gonna be no. That boy gonna need therapy. If that boy don't get therapy after what he saw, why would he? Why was it so important for Henry to bring that little boy around? Bring that little boy around him to take. He took that little boy out there where his sister body was, y'all. That's sad, man. This some sad, sick stuff. He took that little boy out there with his sister body. It's so sad, man. This ugly. This picture here is so weak. This picture here is so. I don't want to say nothing. I'm just gonna sit there like the judge do and keep taking my note. If the judge let him out, we protest. You can't let him go. And I know that see the lady prosecutor, y'all, she off today. Unless she not doing this first half. She and that girl taking turns. She gonna only people in court today is that what is it? That lady, that detective. See, when these women in love with them kind of men like that, they ain't gonna want the real truth out there, y'all. They're not gonna want the real truth. And I don't want to say that she don't want the truth. I can't say that, but I see it's something giving me no good feeling about this thing. I think she and I think she and Henry still love each other. Oh, that called me. Time is 6:34. Huh. Well, anyway, y'all, when I leave, go out here, I'm about to put my shirt on. When I leave to go to work, my laptop still on at the house, y'all. So y'all can see it, and Charlotte's gonna interact with y'all. Charlize, I gotta get some information from you too. I'll get with you. Oh, Henry. Henry's sitting over there just smiling. Henry's so happy. Henry's so happy. He over there like, look at my good looking baby. That ain't your child. That ain't your child, Henry. That man ain't old. It's not, that ain't your child. Let me, I'm just having fun, y'all. Just having fun. There's a lot of Henrys out there. A lot of Henrys out there. Poor baby. Poor baby. So tired of this son right here. Henry over there laughing. Look, and the police looking at Henry like, man, why you do that? And you got that good looking little boy, and you over there smiling like I don't got rid of Reasia for. It's too hot for all this. I don't got rid of Reasia. Yeah. Ooh, this the time to be at home, boy. I need to be at home. Look at that. They came on so late. They came on so late today. They must go to work. I'm like, when they gonna come on? I got to go to work. They're gonna have to stop that. Don't start it. But y'all, if anybody missed anything, I did do the first video of the little boy talking. Hey, Angel. You know what, Angel? I got to go to my channel. I did the first interview with the detective when she interviewed the little boy the first time. And when I get home from work, I'm gonna we gonna go live, and I'm gonna put this out, and then we're gonna go live on this tonight. Around about 5:30. But right now, only thing I got since I'm here is the first when DL they had DL went in the court. He was this at the very beginning. When he was a little boy. When he was 8, he's still a little boy. So I got that on my channel now. Ooh. They going to lunch now, Angel. They going to lunch. Why is hot out here? That don't make no sense. Woo, Jesus. Yeah, if y'all want to get the update, go on my channel. It's on there. It's good. Y'all listen. I want y'all to listen y'all self for what the people saying, not what I'm saying. I want y'all to hear what the folks saying, the real folks saying. You know, that's where I get my information from. I wonder why his mother keeps saying, she said something about DL steal. Why would DL be stealing? She said DL steals. I'm about to go. Charlize, I'm about to go. Keep them, do your thing, and I need to get with you later on. Email me. I need you to email me, Charlize. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm about to go to work. I'm gonna let my moderator be here with y'all, okay? Y'all be good. Now don't get no whipping when I come back. Y'all grown folks, y'all can interact without me. And I'll be back on him when I come from the little kids about to get out to school at 2. So I got to be out here at 1:45. So I'll see y'all in a minute. I hope I ain't in my live. I don't need to turn this out. I ain't gonna end. I ain't gonna end. Oh, me, who they say are they on break? Oh, are they on break? Yeah, they going to lunch break. He said he didn't start on time today, though, Meech. Meech, he didn't start on time today. I was just waiting on him. I was like, come on now, because I got to go to work. It's supposed to be over. I used to be the put the update out there for y'all. All right, baby. All right, go. Oh. Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus. They ain't came back on the trial. Oh, Lord have mercy. What y'all looking at? Let me see what y'all doing. What y'all doing? I know my phone about that. Lord, honey. Whew. Okay, you can do it. It's all right. That's good. I'm surprised the trial ain't on back on, y'all. I'm out here slavering, y'all. I'm still here. I'm just slavering. Had they searched what area, Javana? What area? Had they searched what area before? See, I don't know nothing about all this. I just know the real stuff. This trial. I don't know nothing about all this. Whew. They ain't came back. They ain't came back for the trial, y'all. Whew. Let me let y'all know I'm here. All right, y'all. Yeah, it hot out here. It's hot, y'all. It's hot. They ain't came back from lunch. Dang it. Let me get this little boy, y'all. Hold on for a minute. Let me get this little boy. Hold on. Ugh. Y'all, it's so hot out here. They ain't had it. Let me see something. Hold on. They ain't had the trial yet no more, y'all. They still don't have it. Taking them so long. You shouldn't have took this long. Ooh. Now my hair is soaked and wet. Soaked. So y'all, what they ain't been back on, period. They ain't been back home. Oh, Lord. I know they got to be done. Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. I might need to go out and come back on because they been gone too long. Let me see something. Man, these folks been on break since. But what I do, Sean, I'm on cause I don't get off to 1:45. So what I do is I come back on when I get home, okay? I get home around about 3:15. I come back on and we'll go live that way, okay? 'Cause my phone hot. Y'all want me to keep it on like this until just let it roll like this? What y'all want me to do? Woo, it's hot, honey. Y'all want me to let it roll? What y'all want me to do? 'Cause my phone is burning up. Y'all want me to wait until I get home? What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to come back to live when I get home? Sure, I'm gonna leave it on. I leave it on. I leave it on. I'm gonna leave it on. Ooh, it's so hot out here, y'all. Oh my God, man. Hell, man. I just look at hotness. Yeah, I got Zion Foster 12:15. Yeah. Zion Foster gonna come on a couple of times on my channel because I did a couple of hers. Sean, y'all, I'm gonna come back. Oh, well, I gotta get my boys they chill. Hold on. I get my little boys, y'all. I don't adopt some little children now. I had to get on there. I had to get it. I bought some little boys some chips. I am. I got something to drink out here. I got something to drink. I'm sweating. Whew. Oh, I don't know, y'all. I'm hot. I know. I don't know why they running late today. I'm gonna tell you what it is. The trial by the end. The trial by the end. I hope that lady come up this way because I got something for these little boys. I went and got these little boys on my stuff. It's three little. I'm gonna see if his mama coming this way. Who is this? I mean, see him on live. Hello? What's up, bro?
a bag and were given back to Aisha.
And during the interview, did DL make references to ask my mom about the clothing? She has the clothing.
Yes,
And he mentioned that he saw those clothes in the bathroom.
yes.
Now, he also was discussing that he thought Breasia maybe changed clothes in the morning. Is that right?
Yes,
Now, when you were executing that search warrant on July 10th at that apartment, was there a large white t-shirt found on the bed?
yes.
Were you able to determine, or did somebody determine who that shirt belonged to?
Andrea stated that it was hers.
So there was a large white t-shirt on the bed the next morning,
Yes,
but it was Andrea's.
that's what she said.
Now, again, during this interview, he described the sleeping arrangements of he and Breasia. And did he again mention that Breasia kicked him?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about this place he mentioned. At some point, you asked him about the different places he went that morning with his dad. Is that fair?
Yes,
Did he seem to get very frustrated at that point of the interview?
yes,
You asked him about going fishing, is that right?
yes,
And he indicated he didn't remember the fishing part
at one point.
at one point. But then he describes that he went to a place where he got stuck. Is that fair?
Where his dad got stuck.
His dad got stuck. And you tried to ask him about that area. What did he report to you?
That there was dirt and there was a hill.
Did he describe it being by a place where you work?
Yes,
And did he try to describe different things about that place and what it looked like?
yes,
At that time, were you able to understand what he was talking about?
no,
Did that appear to frustrate him as well?
yes,
Now, during this interview, he also was talking about 2 fishing places. Is that fair?
yes,
And again, was he trying to describe to you the 2 different places where his dad told him he had gone fishing?
yes, kind of.
Why do you say kind of?
Well, he just talked about 2 fishing places, but he didn't decipher between both of them.
And again, he talked about this knife and seeing the knife and his dad wiping it down with bleach. Is that fair?
Yes.
Objection leading. Sustain.
What did he report about the knife?
That his dad wiped it down with bleach.
Now, he does ask you a question about what the knife looked like at some point in the interview. Do you recall that?
DL asked me.
And let me be a little bit more specific. At some point, did he discuss blood on the knife?
Yes,
And what was that conversation?
he asked if there was blood on the knife, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And he said that he had heard that.
Did he report to you who he heard that from?
People downtown.
And at that point, did you ask him if he heard it at the police station?
Yes,
And what was his answer to that?
that he heard it downtown.
Now, during that interview, you repeatedly were telling him that he wasn't telling you everywhere that they went. Is that fair?
Yes.
What specifically were you referring to?
Well, I knew that we had videos from that morning where Henry had gone, and we also had DL with Henry at the trailer that morning. So I knew that he hadn't told us about his dad going to Walmart.
And at one point, you specifically asked about going to a store. Is that fair?
Yes,
And what was his response to that?
that he never went to any stores.
Now, after you were done with this portion of the interview, did you continue to interact with DL that day?
Yes,
How so?
we took him on another drive
And what was the goal of this drive?
to see if we could jog his memory. We knew that his dad had gone to the Walmart in Clinton, and so we wanted to see if he could remember going that way with his father.
How did you drive to Clinton?
We decided that the best, we knew that his mom on the day of July 10th had met Henry at the McDonald's at Eastern and Kimberly. And we went to McDonald's because we knew that he would remember that place specifically. And so that's where we started.
And from there, what was your path of travel?
We went up Eastern and all the way up to Veterans Memorial, and then we turned westbound. And when we turned westbound, he thought he was going to his grandma's house, which is off of 65th, because Veterans turns into 65th. He asked if we were going there, and we said no, and then we turned northbound on 61.
As you started driving northbound on 61, did DL start talking more about the things that he could remember?
At some point he did, yes.
While you were driving towards Highway 30, at some point, did you ask him about, again, those fishing places?
Yes,
Do you remember what his response was?
that he went to 2 fishing spaces.
Did he specify if the direction that you guys were traveling was towards one of the places he went?
Yes,
And what did he describe about that?
that there was a hill and there was water.
And do you recall him talking again about a dirt road where his dad got stuck?
Yes,
And again, did he indicate that you were traveling towards that place?
yes.
Do you recall if he reported why he was ever on that road with his dad?
No.
Now, at some point, you reached the exit towards Highway 30 to go east on Highway 30. Is that fair?
Yes.
And how did DL react at that point?
He told us that we weren't going the right way.
Which way had you guys started to go?
East. Which way originally were we going, or could you read?
Sure. So as you were heading north towards, or on Highway 61,
Yes.
once you got to the exit towards East Highway 30, how did you proceed at that time?
Sergeant Pfeiffer took Highway 30.
You would have started going east
Yes,
towards Clinton.
correct.
So how did DL react at that time?
He told us we weren't going the right way, that we got off on the wrong place.
At that time, how did your car proceed?
I had told Sergeant Pfeiffer that we should probably go back, and he continued eastbound.
And were you heading to a specific place at that point?
Yes,
Where were you going?
we were going to Walmart in Clinton.
Once you got to the Walmart in Clinton, how did DL react?
He said that he was there,
Did he indicate when he was there?
that his dad had drove him there.
Did he describe what his dad had done once they got to that location?
He stated that his dad had gone in there. I asked him what his dad went in there for. He said he thought it was food. I asked him if he ever got any food. He said, no, my dad put it in the trunk.
Did he report what he was doing during that time period?
Yes.
What did he indicate?
He stated that he had got on his dad's phone that he had left in the car.
And did he mention anything specifically about the battery of his dad's phone?
Yes, he stated that his dad had the battery out of his phone, and when his dad went in the store, he put the battery back into his phone and he started playing a game on his dad's phone.
While you were in the Clinton area, did you drive DL around to any other places?
We went back on 61. It was like every time he saw a patch of trees, he kind of would point over that he thought his dad went down there. It was like every time he saw a patch of trees.
So we kept trying to point out different
kind of would point
wooded
over that he
areas.
thought his dad
Yes.
went down there.
Now, Detective Hammes, at some point in March of 2021, were you aware that the remains of Breasia Terrell were located?
Yes,
And did you learn where those remains had been located?
yes,
Did you yourself ever go to that scene?
yes.
What did it look like when you got there?
It looked like a wooded area with a hill and with some water by it, and there was a dirt road.
The hill that you're describing, what was significant about the hill?
It was steep. You couldn't drive a car down there, I don't believe, or you wouldn't want to.
Fair to say you have to walk down a hill to get to the water area?
Yes.
So after Breasia's remains were located, did some of the statements that DL made to you start to make more sense?
Yes.
In what way?
Because it was by the Kuhnau implement, there were trucks, there were orange and red trucks. He was trying to describe, he kept talking about like a hook. When I reviewed my interviews, I don't know if he could have been talking about the machinery that is at the Kuhnau implement. He talks about a fishing place. people go fishing down there. And he talked about a hill and in the woods.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The testimony you just gave about what DL meant about machinery and trucks, that's just your speculation about Kuhnau implement, isn't it?
Yes,
And not all the statements he made make sense to you today, do they?
not all of his statements?
Right,
Correct.
just some of them.
Some of them.
And that includes the fishing place, correct?
What do you mean by that?
The fishing place makes sense now after seeing the location where Briase's remains were found.
Correct.
Credit Island also is a fishing place, correct?
Correct.
And there's also down near Credit Island, a lot of industrial stuff going on, right?
On the island?
Near the island,
Yes.
okay. And DL didn't tell you anything about the second time about 6 guys pushing out the car when the car got stuck, did he?
No.
Okay. You'd agree with me that a lot of details from the first interview were either omitted or added in the second interview, right? They don't match up.
I don't agree with that statement. I think a lot of things do match up.
Okay, let's go through those. First of all, give me your educational background again, please.
I graduated from high school and I went to Western Illinois University.
What was your-
Graduated
What was your degree in?
law enforcement.
Do you have any type of training or education in child psychology?
No, just some classes that I took while I was in college.
Any degree or training in behavioral psychology?
No.
And as far as forensic interviewing, you had a 20-hour course back in, I think, 2008?
2012.
Since 2012, have you done anything other than a 20-hour course?
For forensic interviewing, no.
Okay. When let's say a child comes in on a sex abuse case in the Davenport Police Department, do you conduct a forensic interview?
It depends how old the child is.
Okay. An 8-year-old child is alleged to have been sexually abused in Davenport. That report comes into the Davenport Police
Exactly.
Department. Are you the one that does the forensic interview?
Typically, we send them to the Child Protection Response Clinic.
Why would you do that instead of having you do it?
Because we want the kid to feel comfortable and we want it to be unbiased and we want the kid to tell their story. And that's how the Scott County Attorney would like us to do it.
And you'd agree that a forensic interviewer has more training, experience, and tools to use than you would, correct?
I think that I have quite a bit of experience in the last 25 years interviewing victims and witnesses. I don't know if I have the forensic training that you're talking about, but I have interviewed many people in the last 25 years.
Are you characterizing either of these 2 interviews that we just saw as forensic interviews?
I'm calling it an interview by a detective.
Okay. Because in a forensic interview, you don't want to ask direct or leading questions, do you?
Open-ended questions.
But in your interviews, both of them, you did use direct and leading questions. Would you agree with that?
I asked direct questions. I wouldn't say leading. DL gave me information, and I also had information before going into the second interview. And I was trying to acquire information that only DL had because he was with his dad that day.
But in a forensic interview, you don't want to do that, do you?
I wasn't doing a forensic interview. I was interviewing him as a police officer, trying to get information.
But it's important not to lead in an interview with a child, is it not?
In a forensic interview, yes. When they are the victim of something, yes. You want them to tell their story? Yes.
Why don't you want an 8-year-old child to tell his story anyway?
Yes.
Okay, so it's important not to lead an 8-year-old child in an interview. You ask open-ended questions, right?
I don't feel that I was leading DL in that interview. He gave me information and I asked him about the information he gave me.
Is it best practice when you interview an 8-year-old child to allow the child's mother and another officer in the interview?
As a witness, yes.
Okay. And in that first interview, how many times had he been interviewed by officers prior to your formal interview?
I interviewed him at the apartment complex, and then Detective Obert interviewed him for a while before I came in.
Okay, so twice.
Yes.
So this is the third time he sat down, no matter how long. This is the third time he sat down with police. And what time of day was this?
Which interview are you talking about?
First one we saw today.
The first one I think was at 3:48, or at the police department?
Yes.
Yes.
So by 3:50 p.m., he is talked to police now 3 separate times, correct?
He talked in the morning, and then Detective Obert started the interview and I came in. So I would say it's the second interview of him.
And in the morning, that was with you, right?
And the what?
In the morning, that was with you?
Yes.
What time in the morning was it?
I think it was between 10:30 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And when you talked to him that morning, did he tell you anything about bleach at that time?
No.
Did he tell you anything about a knife at that time?
No.
Did he tell you that he had seen Briasia that morning at some time when it was light out?
No.
What questions were you asking him at 10:30 in the morning?
I was asking him if he saw his sister, if he knows anything about his sister. I asked if they knew anyone in the area. He told me that Andrea had told him that his dad and Bree had left.
So he didn't tell you he saw her at sometime around sunrise that morning in the first interview, right?
No.
No, I'm right. No, he didn't, or no, I'm not right.
No, he did not.
Okay. And when you were at the apartment that morning, and you found the bleach under the sink, other than that immediate area, did you have occasion to move about the apartment and make observations?
Yes.
Did you smell any odor of bleach in that apartment?
No.
In that second interview, now the one that we saw first today, you told DL, first of all, that it was a safe place, right?
Yes.
You do that every time, right?
I do that most times, yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
To let them know that they can talk about anything in the interview room, because sometimes people tell them not to tell the police stuff.
Yeah.
And DL told you, quote, "I always forget stuff," close quote. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to him that he had a good brain, he had a smart brain?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let him know that he's a smart kid.
You did that a number of times throughout both interviews. Why'd you do that?
Well, first off, his mom had told me that he forgets stuff a lot of times in our initial interview. And then second of all, he keeps telling me that he doesn't remember. He's also, I can tell that he's getting tired because it's been a long day.
Okay. So his mother told you that he has issues with forgetting things, right?
Comprehending and forgetting. Yes, he's an 8-year-old child.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that 8-year-old children do have trouble sometimes comprehending and remembering incidents, right?
They have a hard time understanding stuff at times, yes.
Would you also agree with me that sometimes 8-year-old children will say things to please adults to get out of a situation?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever get a sense that maybe DL was doing that in either of your interviews?
no,
And you don't feel that either of the two interviews, or even the ride-alongs you did with DL, nothing about those was suggestive at all?
suggestive, I don't know what you mean by that with
Okay.
those rides.
Well, forget about the rides for a second. In the second interview, you and he talk about the knife. Recall that discussion with the knife?
Yes,
And I'll make sure I get it right here. DL and you got talking about, you asked him if DL asked his dad about the bleach and the knife. Recall asking that question?
yes.
Recall what he said in response?
He never did ask his dad about it.
Because he was afraid that his dad was going to stab him. Wasn't that his response?
That's what he said.
And then you asked him why he was afraid of his dad. Recall asking that question?
Yes.
And what did DL respond?
Can I look at my report again?
May she?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm looking just particularly at the top of page 7 of 8 of your report, ma'am.
He said, because he is mean.
And then he went on to explain that he was mean because his dad lost his sister, right?
Correct.
Okay. Later on, a couple minutes later, you asked DL if he saw his dad cut something with that knife. Recall that question?
Yes.
Do you recall his response?
He didn't see anything.
Well, did you not say he did not respond? He had to cut something because they said there was blood on the knife?
I said that. He said that, yes.
Okay. What'd you do in response?
I asked him who they were.
Okay, and he told you the people downtown. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you also followed up by saying if he was talking about people at the police department, right?
I did.
And what did the DL say?
He said yes.
Yes, the people down here is what he said specifically, right?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
That the police never told him that.
How do you know that?
Well, I was the interviewer of him. I don't know if he heard that from someone else, but I interviewed him and I was the only one he said something to that about the knife about, I believe. So I don't know where he would hear that or if someone else from outside heard that, but he didn't say anything during my interviews about blood being on a knife.
How about Detective Obert?
I don't know. I don't think that Detective Obert knew about a knife during the initial interview. I wasn't in the room.
So Detective Obert did interview him outside your presence, right?
He did.
And there were other people walking around the interview area, right?
On December 10th?
This is January 23, is it not? Or July 23?
I was the one that interviewed him on the 23rd of July, not Detective Obert.
Okay. But he did say someone from the police department told him there was blood on the knife, right? And you just discount that offhand, right?
He said that someone told him he did not see blood on a knife.
Okay. But the point is, his allegation was somebody from the police department put that idea in his head, right?
He said he heard that somewhere, but he never saw blood on a knife.
I don't care what he saw. What I'm trying to point out is someone at the police department, according to DL, told him there was blood on the knife. And that's what he told you, right?
He said he heard that.
at the police department, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, right?
I told him that a police officer didn't tell him that.
Okay.
Cricket cop.
The one thing that was consistent in both interviews that you did that we saw today was that DL said that he saw Briasia and his father, or heard Briasia at least, but his father leave with Briasia at a time where the sun was up, correct?
Correct.
And I think you did a little calculation on your watch or phone or whatever and said that sunup was 5:38 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So that's something that's consistent, correct?
At times.
When did DL give you inconsistent information with seeing DL and Briasia at a time other than when the sun had risen?
He had stated that he had seen her in the bathroom at nighttime before his dad went down the stairs with her. So he had seen her and at nighttime, he said, and then he said that Andrea had come into the bathroom, and we know that was at 3 o'clock, and Briasia and his dad were already gone.
Okay. But he was very specific that when he heard them leave, saw Dad leave and heard Briasia's voice, both times he said it was light out, correct?
He talked about it being light out, yes.
Oh, boy.
And both times you said his dad was talking about cars at that point in time, right?
Yes,
And that's consistent, right?
that is consistent.
You also heard DL tell you, in at least one of the interviews, that his father's phone was acting up, right?
He said that his dad's phone wasn't taking calls.
Okay. He also told you that Briasia liked going over to Mr. Dinkins. Recalls him saying that?
He said that she liked the snacks and wanted to go back.
Okay. In the first interview, he told you that he was kicked in the bed, right?
Yes,
That detail was left out of the second interview, wasn't it?
no,
Okay. Both interviews, he indicated that his dad had come home and was acting silly, he said in the first interview, but was yelling both times about his orange juice, right?
correct.
That's consistent in both interviews.
Yes,
And that they went to a couple of places. He said that in both interviews, right?
yes,
The first interview, he talks about going fishing and paying somebody $100, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't say that in the second interview though, does he?
talks about going fishing in both interviews.
Yeah, but it doesn't say about paying somebody $100, right?
Not in the second interview, I don't believe.
Doesn't talk about the 6 guys he saw down at Credit Island in the second interview, does he?
No,
He doesn't talk about, well, when he talks about bleach, he just talks about bleach. That's all he talks about, right? He doesn't refer to a spray bottle, for instance, of bleach cleaner.
he talked about a bottle that bleach goes into.
Okay. But he never used the term cleaner bleach, right?
No,
And these photographs of the knife and the hatchet you showed him, were those just ones taken off the internet?
yes,
And he identified the machete, if you will, as having a purple handle, correct?
yes,
There was no purple handled machete seized in this case, was there?
no,
And he talked about a purple rag being used to wipe off the machete. There was no purple rag seized in this case, was there?
I believe there was a purple rag.
And there's no trace evidence or blood evidence from that purple rag, was there?
I don't know. I didn't have anything to do with that.
Now, when you went to Credit Island, correct me if I'm wrong, but you folks took him there on the drive the first time because you were playing the odds. That's where you thought he might have been talking about, right?
We took him to the river and he ended up taking us to Credit Island. We actually passed Credit Island initially and he had us turn around and go back.
So he was pretty sure he'd been to Credit Island, is what you're telling me.
Yes,
But it was you and the other officers who decided to take him to the river, right?
correct.
You don't think that's a little bit suggestive?
He said he was by water and we believe that it was somewhere close to us. So I think that is a normal thing that you would probably take him by the river somehow.
Are there any other bodies of water around the Davenport Quad Cities area you thought about taking him to?
At that point, no. We had known that his dad had a trailer down by Schmidt Road. So we thought it was a hunch that it would be in that area, and that's why we went that way.
And then he told you that when they went to Credit Island, that's where they got stuck, right?
No, he didn't say that.
He also told you when he got to Credit Island, he never left the car, right?
Detorius never left the car. His dad made him stay in the car.
And then he was able, even though he didn't leave the car, to show you these footprints that belonged to his dad, right?
Yes.
How was he able to show you footprints that belonged to his dad if he never left the car?
Where we were parked, you could see where if someone got out of the car, they walked down, and he took us to where his dad walked down, and there were footprints. And then in his mind, those became his dad's footprints. Whether they were or not, I don't know. But that's how he came to that assumption
That's
that those
what
were his
children do.
dad's footprints.
Okay, so when you got him out of the car, his little mind got to work and they became dad's footprints, is what you're saying.
They could have been his dad's footprints. I don't know. But he said that's where his dad was standing. And so he said those were his dad's footprints.
Were you ever able to confirm the story about 6 people being there at Credit Island and getting paid $100?
Daddy told him that.
DL stated his dad told him that.
That's
He did
right.
not see that.
Did he ever tell you that he was present for the shooting of his sister?
No,
Did he ever tell you that his dad got out of the car and poured bleach into a ditch area?
no.
No, he didn't.
Have you had any discussions with Detective Pfeiffer about that comment that Detorius, DL has said that he saw his sister get shot?
Have I heard?
Have you had any discussions with Detective Pfeiffer about DL saying he saw his sister get shot?
No,
Are you aware that DL has given testimony that he now says he saw his sister get shot?
I heard that.
Okay, where?
Just people talking at the police department. But I have not witnessed that, nor did he tell me that.
Are you aware that it's likely understood that he
So then-
overheard a conversation between Detective Pfeiffer and his mother about the way Breasia Terrell died? And that's where that statement likely came from?
I have no idea what he heard, but I would imagine at some point he found out that his sister had been shot.
Did he ever tell you that Andrea Culberson went with him, his sister, and his father to a place and witnessed his sister get shot?
No,
DL told you in that first interview he saw a fishing pole at some point, right?
At some point, he said he saw a fishing pole.
That fishing pole was in the Impala's trunk, right?
Yes,
No fishing pole was found in the Impala's trunk, to your knowledge, was there?
no,
Daddy telling him all that. Dang. Henry put that in that boy's head. Henry made everybody look crazy.
The second interview, you described DL as being guarded. Now, after watching the video, you still hold that opinion that his behavior was guarded?
yeah, yes,
So you think that an interview of an 8-year-old child should typically end up with the child crying and on the floor?
not typically.
How many times do you recall asking him if his father told him not to say something?
A couple of times I asked him that
Why?
because I know that his dad had told him not to say anything about the trailer. So I wanted to know if his dad had asked him or told him not to say anything about anything else,
How'd you know that?
because he told me that.
Who did? DL?
I think it was Aisha that told me that originally.
Would it have been appropriate for Aisha and DL to discuss the events of Briaja's disappearance between the two interviews?
Do I think it's appropriate?
As an investigator, would you want them to discuss the case?
Yeah, that's his dog.
I think that's a hard question because he's an 8-year-old child and him and his mom are both trying to figure out what happened to Briaja.
That's
So I
right.
think that would be a common thing for someone to be asking what happened and for a little boy to be wondering where his sister's at.
Okay. You'd agree with me that his demeanor toward his dad was different in the first interview versus the second interview, right?
Yes,
Second interview, he's antagonistic toward his father, right?
yes,
Calls him a bum, right?
yes,
Won't use his name, right?
correct.
Says he's in jail for the rest of his life, right?
Yes,
Says he's never going to see him again, right?
yes.
Did you talk with him at all about why his attitude had changed so much?
No,
You don't think perhaps that someone has put it in his head now that his father's responsible for the abduction
No.
of his sister?
he said that his dad had lost his sister and that's what he believed.
That's what he did.
He also told you that when Henry picked up he and Briaja from his grandmother's house, his grandmother, this is the second interview, told Briaja not to go. Recall that?
Yes,
But that's not true, is it?
his grandma at first had told her not to go.
And DL told you the reason that his grandma said not to go was because grandmother was afraid that Henry was going to do something to Briaja. Recall that?
He did say that.
And that's not accurate either, is it?
That's not what the grandmama said.
That's what he said.
But through your investigation, that's not why she said at first, don't go.
I don't know why she said not to go with him.
Get him, detective.
You told DL at the beginning of your second interview, I'm going to quote you here, "I'm going to believe you no matter what you say." You told him that, right?
Yes, I did.
That wasn't true, though, was it?
That is true.
Well, he told you things that you took him to task on. You told him when he didn't tell you about going to Clinton that you knew he wasn't telling you everything.
Because I knew he wasn't telling me everything. That didn't mean it wasn't the truth. He just
Thank
wasn't
you.
telling me
Get him,
everything.
detective.
He told you again in the second interview that he forgot stuff, right?
Yes,
Again, that's consistent with what Aisha told you as mother, right?
Yes.
He trying to use psychology on her.
In the second interview, you asked him straight out, did Dad tell you to not say anything? And he responded forcefully, nothing, right?
Yes.
Did you believe that?
I did believe him when he said that.
Okay.
I believe everything he said. How about that?
And when he told you he didn't remember going to the store, did you believe that?
I believe he didn't remember going to the store.
Okay. So his memory, you'll agree, may have been a little faulty, right? For whatever reason.
I wouldn't call it faulty.
Incomplete.
I think kids don't remember everything at the time we want them to remember.
They should have had a child
But again, you're not a
psychologist.
child psychologist or behavioral psychologist, right?
That's right.
No, I'm not.
Well, you couldn't
And
handle
this
that.
second drive you took him on, how long was that drive?
Well, we stopped a couple of places. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
It was a couple hours at least, wasn't it?
I would say it was over an hour at least, yeah.
And again, you took him out Highway 61 and over Highway 30 because that's the route that you thought Mr. Dinkins took, right?
We knew that he had gone to Walmart in Clinton, and that's why we went up 61. And Sergeant Piper is the one that decided to go to Highway 30 and go eastbound.
Did you folks have phone records yet at that point?
On the 23rd, yeah, yes.
Had you compared phone records and used that as a basis for the route?
I believe that we knew he had been in Clinton. I couldn't tell you the phone records because that's not my forte.
Is there only one way to get to Clinton from here?
No.
Okay. So the route you took, and you asked DL to kind of look for places he may have been, right?
Correct.
You don't think that the route you took without DL guiding you wasn't a little bit suggestive?
No.
Especially when you're driving down the road and he's pointing out wooded areas and said, that's where Dad took me, that's where Dad took me, that's where Dad took me?
Do I think that's suggestive?
Yes.
No.
How many wooded areas did DL point to along the way?
I think there was 2 or 3.
Okay. And then when he said going up 61 and getting off 30, it needed to keep going, the decision was made to not keep going?
That was not my decision.
There
I
you
actually
go.
said to go back.
And was there a discussion as to why we weren't going to go back?
Sergeant Piper wanted to go to Walmart because he thought that that would bring, that was a starting point for DL.
On the way back, did anybody decide to go off the way DL said to go?
No.
Did DL identify that location on the way back?
We ended up going back and he told us that the way we were going is the way his dad went back.
Okay. In that drive, it wasn't as simple as DL just sitting there looking out the window. He was pretty hyperactive, right?
He was.
He took Sergeant Piper's phone from him, didn't he?
He did.
And he put a passcode on it, for instance, didn't he?
He did.
He wasn't completely attentive during this drive, was he?
No.
Who else was along?
It was me.
Okay. So somebody gave DL a cell phone to play with while you're on this drive, right?
Sergeant Piper's phone was by Sergeant Piper and he just picked it up. He wasn't given the phone, I don't believe.
Okay. So You would characterize DL as being not too attentive during this drive, right?
I think at times he was attentive, but he was over driving and kept asking us when he could go home.
Okay. In your experience, is it important that when witnesses give you versions of the events, that they stay consistent?
In my experience, it is normal for things to be inconsistent, especially when you're dealing with trauma. A lot of times when we interview people, we actually want to wait a week or two because of trauma. You don't always remember everything correctly. So that's just something that I have learned. So, yeah.
Okay. But let's say after 2 years, that story should be consistent with what happened, let's say, in an interview 2 weeks after the event. That's important, isn't it?
I think it is important, but I also think in the mind of a child, a lot changes and develops in a child.
Okay.
So there's a lot going on there.
You ever been certified as an expert to give that kind of opinion?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank
Why
you,
you
Your Honor.
asking?
Your Honor, excuse me. Detective Hammis, 2 years goes by after an event. Would you expect that person to report to you word for word the exact same story that they would have 2 weeks after an event?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't remember everything 2 years later. That's why police do reports so that we can refer back to it.
There you go.
Because our recollection is not always everything, especially since you hear things from every which direction. That's why we do reports, because you hear things, but that may not be what was told to you.
There you go.
Now you were asked about consistency within statements. And again, specifically with children, in interviewing children, would you expect every interview to be the exact same information provided?
No,
Again, why not?
because it's a different interview. It's also a different time. Time is hard for children to understand. That's from my experience. And they also can remember something else, or maybe something that they forgot that they didn't tell the last time.
Now, in both interviews, DL does mention that they went to a place where his dad got stuck, right?
Yes,
And he specifically said that that was not on Credit Island.
correct.
Now, you were asked about whether DL reported seeing his dad taking bleach and pouring it on some bushes. Do you recall that question?
Yes,
Didn't DL report to you that he saw his dad take bleach down by the water?
yes.
I believe everything.
You were
DL.
asked about interviewing children and asking open-ended questions and not leading questions. Why is it that you would want to ask more open questions versus leading questions?
So that they can give you their own experience.
And are there some interviews where you do have to ask children about direct information?
Yes.
When do those situations arise?
Well, there's numerous times that situations like that can arise, but we had information that we knew about, and we knew that DL also knew about, and I knew he wasn't telling me everything.
Exactly.
And so that's when I would tell him that I knew he also went somewhere else, and I would ask him if he would tell me that.
And so during that interview, You're asking him about going to stores, for example, right?
Yes,
But you specifically never use the word Walmart.
correct.
Why not?
I wanted him to tell me what store he went to.
So certainly you could have said, we know you were at Walmart, we have you on camera at Walmart, but you didn't do that.
Correct.
Again, why not?
I wanted him to give me that information.
There you go.
Now, you were asked about whether DL was just trying to say things to get out of the interview. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
Again, did it appear that he was just trying to tell you what you wanted to hear towards the end of his interviews?
no,
Objection, calls for speculation, move to strike.
Sustained.
Again, though, you're specifically asking him about stores, and he doesn't bring up stores, correct?
yes,
He specifically denies going to a store,
yes,
even though that was the information you were asking him about.
yes,
Now, again, in both interviews, DL brings up this knife and seeing his dad clean the knife with bleach. Now, during that first interview, to your knowledge, had any such knife been recovered yet?
no,
And so as far as you know, were you the first person that he talked to about that knife?
yes,
Mm. Somebody had to mention a knife to
Did that
him.
become a basis for a search warrant for that trailer later on?
yes,
And to your knowledge, was a knife similar to what he described located?
yes,
Now, he did indicate that the knife handle was purple. Is that fair?
yes,
But he also talked to you about a purple rag,
yes,
and that the purple rag was used to clean that knife.
yes,
He was being specific.
But you were asked questions about DL's change in demeanor towards his father from the first interview to the second interview. Did that surprise you that he had this change in demeanor?
no,
Why not?
because his sister wasn't home and he believed that his dad lost his sister.
And is it understandable that an 8-year-old child might start to feel some anger about that?
Yes,
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you arrived at Credit Island with DL on the July 10th, did DL indicate where you should park?
yes,
And do you know why he indicated to a particular area?
he told me that's where his dad parked.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, in your second interview, you do recall making the statement to DL, "You'll help your mom if you help me," certainly, right?
Yes,
You don't think that's unduly suggestive?
no,
So you have a kid here who's obviously thinks his father is responsible for the abduction of his sister, and you say a statement like that, you don't think that is intended to elicit some sort of information that's going to further incriminate his dad?
I want to find Breasia, and that's what I wanted him to help me do.
Okay.
Get on him, girl.
You'd agree with me, you just said he thought his father had abducted his sister, right? Or lost his sister.
Lost his sister, yes,
And he came into that second interview talking to you through that prism, right?
He felt his dad had lost his sister.
There you go.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor, your statement, you're helping your mom by helping me, was that directly after he said, I'm willing to help my mom find Breasia?
Correct.
No further questions.
Good
Mr.
job.
Freeze? You may step down.
Good job, prosecutor. She brought it back. I know that lady exhausted. She running out that chair. Good Lord.
You want the state rest?
Look at
Thank
her.
you.
She ran out that motherfucker.
Do we wish to take up motions now, or
Yeah, I don't need no
Thank you.
more break.
we'll be in adjournment until about 10 after 3?
They take too many breaks for me. All right, y'all, we need to talk about it. Okay, let's talk about it. All right, I'm about to drop the link and we're going to talk about this case. Lord, there's so much to talk about. Oops, what I do? I'm always doing something. Hold on, y'all. Sit down, camper. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm about to drop the link and we need to talk, y'all. It's so much happened today. Let me drop the link. It's too much happened today. Too much. It's so much happened till it made me hot. Let me see. How I do that? Hold on. We got to talk, man. Too much wrong. It's too much wrong stuff going on. Hold on, y'all. Copy. And then, hold on. Let me drop the link. Oh, shoot. Here we go. All right. I need everybody up here. Everybody, we need to talk about this, y'all. Everybody have a voice. Everyone has. We need to talk about this. This here is also wrong. A lot of stuff. Let's hit the link, grown folks. Let's go. We got to talk. We need everybody. Come on, Sean. Come on, Dinkins. Come on, Internet. Y'all, come on. We got to talk up for Breasia. Okay, it's a mess. This just something ain't right. Hit the link, y'all, and come on up, y'all. We gotta talk, man. We gotta talk. Everybody has their own voice. This here don't make no sense. Yeah. Let's talk. What y'all got to say about the first interview with the detective and now I can go back to that one. Let's go to the first video. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull it up. Y'all, we already on theme with videos. Y'all can go back and look at my video. Y'all, let's talk. In that first video, come on, Dan, because you got a lot of questions to ask. Now, I can share something with y'all. Hold up. Let me turn it down. I can share some things with y'all in that first video. In that first video, when Detective Hams was questioning what his name? DL. I noticed when his mother was in there on the first interview, he was doing a lot of little things, and I was looking at him and I was looking at her. He was over there on the sofa playing with both of them little bears, Mickey Mouse and somebody else. And I was trying to see, dealing with, since I took up child psychology, adult psychology, we talk about child psychology. And I noticed how he was doing the doors. he started. Then when he was doing the dogs a certain way, he looked at his mom, and the mom seemed like she was zoned out. And then he looked at did something else to the dog, and then he looked back at his mom. Something, the connection with Asia and her kids. I don't know where they are right there, y'all. It seemed like it's something in there. They not close. They close as being brothers and siblings, but they not close as being with the mom. How long had they been with the mom? Had they ever been taken away from the mother? Something in this with her. She did not look at him. Only thing she said was, "You better not be telling no lies." And cause she know he a lie. Why is he lying? Why is he stealing at the age of 8? I'm just talking. I'm just telling y'all what I saw in the interview. Now, when they were asking him some questions, looked like he was safe. To me, it seemed like he was. It's when she's around, and then when she's not there. But I need come on up here then, because I don't understand it. She said she was with her sister or brother when she was with Henry. She was with her sister. So I was right then. Well, where was the kid? Wait a minute, I'm confused. Y'all, you gotta come up and talk to me, baby. I don't understand that. If she was with Henry, how she gonna be with her sister and brother? I don't understand. But that's in the interview. That's what I'm seeing in the interview. On that first interview, I seen, don't play with me. Don't be coming in here acting crazy. Don't be coming here playing around. Now tell them folks the truth, because I want to know what happened to the kids with the sister, with her sister and brother. Okay, thank you, because I'm confused. Hold on, baby. There you go. How you doing?
Good. How are you today?
All right, and thanks for you like your rent.
My rent.
You got a rent. I thought I gave you a rent.
What does that mean?
That means you'll be doing this, just doing what you're doing now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You welcome.
But no, she had testified earlier that when she was seeing Henry, her family members had the kids, so they didn't really know him like that, or had Breasia.
So that's what. So I was right. It seemed like they not connected. The
Right.
kids don't seem connected with her nor Henry. That's weird. How you doing, Maria? Marie?
I'm doing fine. Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Hello.
All right.
Good, good. I thank you for letting me in. I was watching your show yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I wasn't able to get on, but I liked the commentary.
Oh, thank you. And then you feel free to speak what you want to speak. You know what I mean? And we'll
Okay.
collaborate it together. Will you have something you want to add?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to say, I've been following this case um for quite some time,
Mm-hmm.
and um, it's interesting how these girlfriends. This woman sounded at first I thought she was slow, the girlfriend,
Uh-huh.
because you see your boyfriend take a 10-year-old out the house
Mhm.
at 3:30 a.m. in the morning,
Mhm.
and you don't ask questions, where is she? And then he come back by himself. It just, I mean, sometimes you
Mhm.
just want, you know, oops
Mhm.
upside, you know,
They
you know
had
what I'm
that's how.
saying?
And it's
But
like on that first interview with the, that's what they was talking about in the first. Have you seen the first interview with the with the detective and DL? He liked it. The not him, but DL liked it, Andrea.
yes.
Unless he
Hmm.
made fun out of her, I don't know. They
I
look
was
like they.
concerned about the orange juice. There's something with the orange juice. Was there something in the
Yeah.
orange juice?
Yes.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, about the orange juice.
Maybe
What
they.
you get out of that, Vince?
I'm thinking maybe he put something in that orange juice that he was gonna knock somebody out with, or did already, or maybe.
You duh, you hit it. That's what we were talking about. Remember, we said why is Breasia so dizzy? Like, why is her head down the way Andrea said her head was? And I said, but did he drug or anything? Henry did some things, and everybody testified. Henry used psychology on everybody took that stand from his own son.
Yep.
He
And didn't
used
shed a
he used
tear. Didn't shed a tear. Not that his son
shed
ever
a
told him
tear.
that or anything.
And I got another thing. Why is Breasia in the room? Why is my daughter in the room with Henry? Why is Henry and she laying on the bed playing her game? Why is he in the room with her? And
Well,
why is the
see,
lady ain't saying nothing?
the thing is, I don't think this woman, that was their first time there, and I think that was her first time meeting them. And but as any woman, you know that's inappropriate. Why
It's
would you
very
have her, a
inappropriate.
10-year-old, in a room with a grown man, knowing his history? She had to know he was a convicted sex offender.
Did she know the history? Did either
But
one
I
of them
don't
know
even
the
know
history?
if Breasia's mother knew that he was in prison for as a convicted sex
I
offender,
believe
because if she knew, she
she
wouldn't have
knew.
sent her daughter over there, because he knew he wasn't supposed to
Yeah,
be around any kids, his son or no other kids. That's why he lived
any
off in the
kid.
woods in that
That's right.
camper, because he didn't want to report, like he was supposed to report
That's
as a
right.
convicted sex offender. But I think I could tell you what happened. What he did, he seized the opportunity. A zebra never loses colors. He seized the opportunity, and he thought he could get away with it. He took that little girl out that house, and knowing what he was going to do to her, took
That's
her to that
right.
trailer, raped her, and he knew she was going to tell, or somehow her mother was going to find out, because she probably was
Hmm.
hurting. That girl, 10
Hmm.
years old, you got a grown man, really?
Yeah,
And
but
so he
what's
knew
up
they were
with
gonna
the
find out. And so he said,
any?
"Well, I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna kill her." You know, off. I can't use that term, but you
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying. It was
yeah.
premeditated. He knew what he had planned. But I don't understand how he was able to come in and out that house, and his grown girlfriend is not asking him questions as to where this baby is.
And DL said that he saw them going down the stairs.
He did,
He,
because he
he
probably was up in the bed, probably walking. You know how you in the bed sleeping, and people start moving things around and getting stuff, and you have
yeah,
sleep, but you can see they're moving. You could see things being moved, and then he come in the house, get something out the closet, and the girlfriend don't ask what's going on, and then you look out
that's
the
what
window
I'm
and see
saying.
at 3:30 in the morning, you see a 10-year-old standing outside by the car, and you don't ask questions.
And
And
you
then she
don't
gets
ask
on the
no
stand the other
question.
day. I saw her testimony, and I'm like, this woman is very intelligent. There's nothing slow about her. She was
Mhm.
clear about what she was doing all day, working, and
And
who
how
she
did
was
the
showing
gold chain
Breasia.
get broke? Who
She
broke? Who
did.
busted the gold chains? Did he fight the girlfriend, or was that Breasia fighting?
Say again?
They said that his gold chains were broke
It could have been Breasia.
because DL says he came back
Creator
to the
broke
house
that
with
brick.
some broke teeth, some broke gold teeth, and some broke chains.
Oh, she may
Girl,
have.
she whooped that butt. I'm gonna
But I
keep it
think
clean
Well,
for
because she was, but she is a 10-year-old child, she's no match for his strength. But I think he may have drugged her as well as the girlfriend, because the girlfriend, you mean to
yeah.
tell me you don't know what time you got up and you were sleeping, but you got up to look out the window in the parking lot. You saw something was going on. What time was that?
But do y'all hear how DL is talking? Do y'all
Oh,
hear him?
yes.
What he talk
He's
like?
smart.
Yeah, now look,
And
yeah,
I
he
thank
talk.
God for him, because
I
without
do
him,
too.
they would never connect this man to this case. This little boy knew
Joking.
everything he did with the bleach, with the knife. At 8 years old, he probably couldn't articulate everything the way it should be, but that judge has to know that little boy was there on the scene. See what
He
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 did
was
was
on
with
the
it.
scene
talking.
because he said certain things in his interview. He in the middle when she said something about the gold chain, and he said that he came back. He starts crying, and then in the middle of that, he says something about that's disgusting. So he must have been thinking about what happened, but he wouldn't tell that lady.
Exactly. That's exactly
Wow.
it. And he,
Cause he was
he
fussing about that juice. He was raising. He said he was
Yeah.
just arguing. He was just fussing at the girlfriend.
Because
Yeah,
of the
he probably
juice.
was, bossing her around, and she probably was scared to say anything too. But I mean, if you see a child in danger, forget him.
Right. Take
You
that
need to be
whooping
you.
if you got
That
to.
woman left her 10-year-old child with you at this house, and you a woman. You should be watching out for her. And then
That's
I would
right.
even say he probably was in there. His plans was in place already when he told this girl to come. And then the grandma, she made me mad. She gets up there. I don't ask
Did,
my grandkids, no questions. I don't ask them nothing.
did you
That's a
see
lie.
her? It's something ain't functioning right with this family.
Uh-uh. You don't
I
ask
don't
questions. I
want to
don't ask
talk
them nothing
about
unless
them.
they tell me. So that means
Something
your
dysfunctional.
kids can be in danger, and you're not gonna ask them who did it or who touched them or whatever. You don't ask questions. I never heard a grandmother say
I
anything
don't
like
see
that.
anybody saying it with any remorse, like sorry for any
No,
part that they played in it.
Uh-uh.
no.
I
And I
I
just
don't
ain't never
don't.
understand
seen
why
nothing.
Angela wasn't arrested. You on the
Yeah, I think
scene.
she would have.
I mean, I think
Child
she's
endangerment
culpable
or
as well
something.
because she could have prevented this little girl from getting hurt any further. I
That's
don't know what
right.
he did when she was standing out there. Maybe he had done the deed and was bringing her off to the lake or the pond or wherever he went
The-
to.
the-
Because he went in the car in the house to get something, and he got something, and she didn't see. She testified that she didn't see him come out with anything in his hands. So he
and
probably went and got
DL
his gun, put it in his back pocket, and went out there. He knew what he was going to do.
and DL, what DL said about oh, we all ate well, me and my sister, we sat right there on the same sofa, and he sat over there, and he was talking as if like, oh, I'm so tired of talking about this. What are you about to tell? He cried. When he started crying at the thing, I felt like crying because I said he's holding back.
And yeah,
Hmm.
because he comes in and says, right after they start talking about the fishing, he's like, I don't remember. I don't remember. He starts getting upset and he says they
Jeez.
got stuck. Yep, on the road. And he's like, I saw. And that's all you hear after that.
Well, he's corroborating what the other people testified to because one of the gentlemen, there was another man testified that he had to pull him out the dirt. Remember that?
Yeah,
There was somebody
that's
had to pull him
Jerry.
out.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled him out the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
And then that look, see, DL smart. He said, "Oh, there go my daddy Prince right there." He only said that because he know his daddy went down that hill.
Mm-hmm.
He said he saw him go down there, but he said then they're gonna say it's not a hill, it is a hill because them fishermen said it was a hill.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And then them the tactics, the police don't put when they went down there the first time, they put things in DL brain too, y'all. But one
Mm-hmm.
thing about a child, they'll remember what they want to remember, and then they don't remember nothing that you planted in their head. The eight
Mm-hmm.
year old, you can't plant nothing in their head like that.
Well, 3 years later, he's 11 years old now. He gave them a lot additional information that he probably
Yeah.
knew at that time, but he wasn't
Mhm.
afraid. He was afraid to say it because that's his dad. You know how it is. You don't
Yeah,
want to tell on your dad. So he was
like
kind of
I'm older
scared.
now, man. I'm about to tell on you, but
Exactly.
he's smart. That's a
He is.
smart
He
little
tickled me
boy.
when he got up there and that other attorney tried to cross him up. And he said, "You're making me mad."
Oh, but did you hear him
He
today,
said, "You're making
Maria?
me mad."
Did you hear him today though? Did you hear him today?
Right.
Yeah, I think I heard him today. What he said
Girl, that
today?
boy don't got that boy saying what? Then you already don't ask me that. That's when he was 8.
The
Told the
part that got
prosecutor,
me is when they had asked him about what why'd they have to go back for Bree's clothes?
yeah.
What was that about?
Yeah, because they found her with the all. This is the thing. All of them had them 4X white T-shirts on. All
Girl,
of them had that
all of
4X
them had
white
foreheads in there.
T-shirts on, including her when she came to the door with the officer. Had that 4X white
Yeah.
Angela, that 4X white T-shirt on. What's that about?
You know what? Not Henry, but and Henry sitting over there just smile like I'm so glad to see my son. Look at my son over there. He did when the son said something else, then he got mad. Y'all don't see Henry getting fresh agitated.
Yep, I saw that.
Oh,
Oh
he got
yeah, there
so
was several
agitated.
times during the trial he's been agitated because I guess he said my son is sinking me.
Well,
Yeah.
I
I
should have
think
left him
DL
at
did
home.
when she got ready to leave and go out. She said, "I'm gonna go talk to your mama." He really got upset. He doesn't want his mama to know that he saw any of that. He's thinking, how is she gonna feel? How is she gonna feel towards me? She's not gonna
Mhm.
love me no more, or
Mhm.
you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Mhm.
That's what I took from it.
Mhm.
See, Henry, I don't figure him out. He
Mhm.
already, we already know he a CM. Y'all know what that means.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
he uses psychology on his victim. He
Mhm.
victimized his victims. He didn't have to come get that little boy after he did that. But he
Mhm.
won't supposed to get on that stand looking stupid. He don't make the mama look crazy. He don't make Andrea look crazy. He don't make that little boy look crazy. Come
Well,
on,
he thought
y'all.
that little boy was gonna be his alibi. That's what he thought, but he didn't
Oh
know he
yeah,
was
he thought the
watching
little boy
everything
was
he
gonna.
did because he had tinted windows. The little boy can see out, and he couldn't see in. He couldn't see that he saw what he was doing.
Well, he come get
He
him
You
for
see what I'm
deflected a
saying?
lot
anyway.
of questions too when he was asked.
Mhm. Mhm.
He
So
don't want to relive that at 8 years old. Do you want to see that going through your head?
no. So
Yeah, they should have had a psychologist in there from the
mhm.
get go.
And
Yeah,
y'all, what
he's
tripped me out? The lady ain't even on child psychology. She just a detective.
Right. Why
Why
wouldn't
you
they
don't have a
have
child
somebody
psychology in
certified?
there talking to that child?
yeah, that's true. They should
You
have
got a you got somebody who just took up classes and she detected doing something, but she's not a child psychologist. He
no,
would
she
have
not.
never
But guess
applied.
what? He gave her a lot of good information.
He sure did, but then a lot of things he held back from her.
He
He didn't
did
trust her
exactly,
Because she didn't
because
and
he
talk to
said,
him right. She didn't care enough for him. Give him enough, support there that I think that he needed.
to me either,
exactly,
because
exactly, and
she could have gave it a little bit more support. What else you got out of that, Dincy? Because you said you took more notes too.
Let's see.
Because I was out there
They-
sweating.
He
Watch,
said he saw they went riding looking for Bree. He said him and Dinkins, and he saw the bleach and the knife. And the reason he didn't want to tell nobody is because he thought he was going to stab him. So
now
yeah,
why would
he
an
said that.
8-year-old?
He said, "Why would you think he gonna stab you?"
He
right.
He
said,
did say
And
that.
then that's when he deflected. He didn't want to talk no more because at that point he probably would have said because he killed Bree, but he deflected that question and started crying and acting and tearing up the room.
Mhm.
cause she asking why you doing that? Why you talk? Hey, y'all remember when that DL said? She said, DL, you wasn't acting like this yesterday, but you acting like this today. So what did his mama tell him? Wonder what his mama told him. Because he
Mhm.
acted different. He was like the detective said, you acted with DL. You didn't act like this yesterday, but today you don't want to talk to me because the mom somebody don't tell her to go in there and hush. Some ain't right, y'all. We
Mhm.
missing
I
the
just think he
key,
didn't want to
but
hurt
I
his
don't want
mama. He didn't want his mama not to love him if he knew more, knew exactly what happened.
But then not only that, he was standing there when they confronted his dad outside the apartment. His
Yeah.
mom and dad was there. So imagine you seeing all this as an 8-year-old and you got to say something. Your dad standing there. You know what happened because as the cop was talking to his dad, he started interjecting. No, she's this height.
Yeah,
If
because
you
he's
if
looking
he if
all
the
in his
dad would
daddy's
have
mouth
shut up,
too.
I bet he would have told exactly what happened. But
But
the
Yeah.
then
dad
he
kept
did.
over talking him
Uh,
at that first scene.
mhm. But then
Mhm.
the mama tell. Then he said when his mother brought the clothes over there, he didn't talk to her. He saw her through the window.
She said
Yeah, I
Bree went
think she
down and
dropped
got
the
him.
clothes off and
Why
left.
she ain't coming in and check on her
But see, that's what
children?
I don't understand too. When you leaving your kids with somebody, I want to see. Now I know you, but I want to see her too, and see who's in the house because I don't know if the his mom knew that this man was, convicted or whatever, because she hadn't seen him in many years. She just happened to run across him in the street and said, "Oh, I want you to spend time with your son." So he hadn't spent a whole lot of time with his son. So she didn't know what he was capable of all them years. I mean, he was 8 years old and they were only together 2 years.
But
Right.
look, y'all,
So,
look.
and then he got in the interview saying he raised Breasia. He didn't raise Breasia. That's
Mm-mm.
mine. That's mine. Lying through
They
his
don't
teeth.
even look like him, period. That boy don't either. That boy look like somebody else. But
Yeah, he don't that's
I,
little boy
I,
doesn't look
should,
like him.
I
But and
forgot what
then the
I was
trick,
gonna tell y'all.
I think there's too much corroborating evidence, and with the clothes, he changed clothes, the sneakers. We never did find them gold sneakers.
Oh, I meant to
You know
ask
what I
y'all.
mean?
Did what
The
I
one they
meant to
saw
do.
him at Walmart with, they never
Yeah.
did find those. He got rid of those. He got rid of
But
the
look,
gold
Maureen, what
sneakers.
about this? What about this? What was the conversation about on the phone when he talked to Asia to make him do that to that girl? What was talked? What they talked before he picked them, went over there and picked them up. Now,
I
what
think
was
it was an opportunity when I said a zebra never loses its stripes, meaning he was in prison for what he was in prison for, if you know what I mean. And so that has been his MO. Little did they know. So this was an opportunity for him to do the same thing he was locked up for.
But I
That's what
wonder
that's
what
what
their
that's what he did.
conversation. Why ain't nobody asking the mom what was y'all conversation about before he decided to come over there and get them kids?
Well, I don't know if he talked to
She
her. I
she
think
she wasn't talking to him. It was the grandmother. He came over
yeah,
there.
it's the grandmother, and she looked like she
He
Listen,
came over
y'all,
there to pick
y'all
up
missed it.
DL, and Breesia wanted to go.
But y'all
yes.
don't miss it in this case right here. Y'all must have missed the first one. Did he ask the moms? He called the mother. He called the mom, and the mom said that get DL ready, take his shower and everything, because his dad is coming to pick him up.
Yeah, that
See
was
him?
to pick him up,
And
not
giving all reasonable
Breasia.
inferences to
See,
those
That
and
was to
here they
pick
go
him
there
up,
evidence
eating
not
a
Breasia.
watermelon.
at this time as the court must. We believe that no reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Dinkins committed either of these crimes under either of the theories put forth in count
This
one.
attorney got to be you got to
Particularly,
keep a straight
we
face.
assert
He know
that there's
full well.
no reasonable evidence or credible evidence that comes forth that puts Mr. Dinkins as a person who caused the death of Breasia Terrell. There's no person who can identify him as the person who pulled the trigger. There's no evidence that puts him as in possession of any firearm, and certainly no one who, any DNA or any physical
He
evidence or
can't
forensic
believe that
evidence
himself.
that connects him to the commission of the murder of Breasia Terrell.
He can't believe that.
As to the kidnapping charge, we certainly indicate to the court that no reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that
That's a lie.
Mr. Dinkins committed that crime. Kidnapping requires not only the removal or confinement of an individual, but also requires that it be done so with a specific intent. That specific intent must be either to torture, cause serious injury, or commit sexual abuse,
That was the
or
intent.
a couple other issues of the statute, which I do not believe are alleged here. Certainly, there's no evidence of sexual abuse in this case. There's no evidence that Mr. Dinkins ever confined Ms. Terrell with the intent at any point to commit serious injury or torture her. Once again, there's no evidence in this case that puts him at the crime scene. There's no evidence that puts him behind the trigger or pulling the trigger. There's no connection to the ammunition, no connection to the gun, no trace evidence, no forensic evidence, no DNA, no blood, no semen, anything that would allow this court, even given all the inferences to the state, that would allow this case to go forward. We believe a judgment of acquittal should be entered just based upon the insufficiency of the evidence at this point, and ask the court to enter judgment of acquittal as to both counts.
Yeah, they doing the closing argument.
Oh yeah, okay. You think that judge gonna take all that? A lot of what
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Done
Your
that.
Honor, when it comes to the state going forward with charges and approving the elements of various offenses that are committed, there are two different types of evidence that the state can introduce. The state can prove an individual's involvement in the commission of a crime through direct evidence. The state can prove the individual's involvement in the commission of the crimes through circumstantial evidence. When we look at the facts and circumstances of this particular case, we have a mix of both. Primarily, I would say that the majority of the evidence is circumstantial evidence. And what you do is you look at a proof of chain of facts to determine whether or not the individual has committed the crimes that they've been charged with. In this particular case, we all recognize that Mr. Dinkins has been charged with the crime of murder in the first degree. He's also been charged with the crime of kidnapping in the first degree. And so essentially, relative to the arguments that have been raised by counsel, it requires us to walk through that entire chain of events to establish Mr. Dinkins' involvement in the commission of those crimes. But in walking through that entire chain of events, it also identifies him as the individual who's the perpetrator of the crime. And so the state is going to essentially walk through what we have by way of evidence. We know the circumstances under which Breasia Terrell came to be in the company of Henry Dinkins. And that was by virtue of the arrangements that had been made on July 9th between Aisha Langford and Mr. Dinkins, who was to spend time with his son. As a part of those plans, there was no intention on the part of Miss Langford that her daughter were to go. However, the court was able to hear a testimony that was offered through Danita Gardner, and even hear testimony from DL, as well as hearing his statements about how that circumstance came about. And very simply, when Mr. Dinkins arrived at Danita Gardner's apartment to pick up DL, there was the expression of Breasia's interest in going. DL certainly was interested in having her going. DL spoke to this issue in his interview that the grandmother had indicated that she was not to go, but then the evidence also established that Mr. Dinkins was more than willing to have Breasia come along, but denied the older child, CS, the ability to go. Now, I think that that really speaks a lot to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind. And here's why. If you are taking your son and you're going to spend time with him, and the plans were very simply for you to spend time with your son, when your son's siblings express an interest to go, you're more than willing to allow Breasia to go along, but then you say to CS that he's not allowed to go along because there's not enough room in the car. And the vehicle that he was operating was the black Dodge Charger, which had a front passenger seat compartment as well as a rear passenger seat compartment.
Dang.
And CS was not allowed to come along. So right there, that's a point of interest to the state. And the state does think that there is a significant evidentiary value to that. And then when you start your evaluation at that point in time and you move along the chain of events, there are more circumstances that really speak to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind as it relates to Breasia Terrell. And the state's going to be just very direct about it. The state asserts that Mr. Dinkins had the intent to sexually abuse Breasia Terrell, and that's what's happened. The scenario that arose is that we did not recover her body for a period of 6 months. And so by the time that we did recover her body had decomposed, and we don't have the preservation of DNA, but there's other evidence that speaks to what happened to that child after Mr. Dinkins left the apartment during the early morning hours of July 10th. And I will get to that as I go through and I discuss the facts of this case. So then the state would then direct the court's attention to the events that played out during the evening of July 9th up to the children's bedtime. And one of the things that DL talked about, and also one of the things that Andrea Culberson talked about, while Mr. Dinkins was supposed to be spending time with his son was in the living room playing a video game, and Mr. Dinkins was spending time in the bedroom with Breasia. Why the interest in Breasia when you have your child there and you are supposed to be spending time with your child, you know,
That's
and
right.
working in
That's
that
right.
relationship that
That's
you
right.
have. Andrea Culberson also spoke to that particular issue. She talked about how Breasia had been in the bedroom. That's where she had her workstation. how Briasia had shown a real interest in learning the work that Andrea Culberson does with AT&T. And so they are there in the bedroom. Mr. Dinkins is there in the bedroom. And Ms. Culberson describes how he, she, and Briasia are playing video games together. Ms. Culberson describes how DL is out in the living room by himself playing a video game. That right there, I think, is very, very significant. But because what would any parent do? Any parent, if they have an opportunity to spend time with their child, they're going to take advantage of that. He was not taking advantage of that. Instead, his focus was on Briasia, and that's where he spent his time that evening. Now, the next circumstance that is very
I agree,
significant
Miss
to the
P.
state
She
is
does,
this.
Andrea does more than she's saying.
Recognizing that the plans were not for Briasia to go and spend the night with Henry Dinkins at his and Andrea Culberson's apartment, arrangements had to be made for clothing to be brought for the children. So Aisha, after she got off work, she went back to her mother's. She personally selected clothing items that were packaged up or bagged up, if you will, and drove those over to the apartment complex to drop off for the children to wear. So she is going to be uniquely aware with what clothing items would be Briasia's. And speaking to that very topic, if you stop and consider Mr. Dinkins' state of mind and what his intent was relative to Briasia, there is a reason why you would not want that child to be dressed in clothing that her mother brought over to the apartment. Because if your intention is to sexually abuse that child and kill that child, that clothing is a very simple way to be able to identify that child. So therefore, when the children take their baths, Mr. Dinkins is the individual who decides what clothing is going to be worn to bed. And the article of clothing that was chosen to be worn were his large white t-shirts. These white t-shirts are very common articles of clothing. Men wear those all the time. They wear those as just a normal shirt. They wear that as an article of clothing under dress shirts. And so both children were dressed in these white t-shirts, and that is how Briasia went to bed. Now, as far as the sequence of events, this is what we know. Andrea Culberson and DL confirms this. Briasia was the first individual to go to bed.
That's right.
Andrea Culberson describes that Briasia, when she laid down in the bedroom, she laid down along what would be the right side of the bed or on the portion of the bed that would be closest to Mr. Dinkins' closet. She went to sleep there on the air mattress. She recalls hearing Mr. Dinkins telling DL that he had till 12:15, and at that point in time, he was going to put his video game aside and he was going to go to bed. Now, DL brings something up in his testimony that really speaks to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind, and that was the discussion that the child had here in court, where he talked about feeling very uncomfortable with his father. He described how his father, who was sitting in the living room, was sitting on a chair, and he noticed his father looking into the bedroom where he and Briasia were at. For an 8-year-old child to take that circumstance,
That's right.
process it,
Thank you.
and its significance to that child really states a lot, particularly when we know that Briasia was taken out of that apartment. So Andrea Culberson goes down after Briasia. DL places himself as the fourth person to go to sleep. He indicates that his father was snoring, but then at some point in the night, that child is kicked very, very hard.
That's right.
And he was asked specifically during his direct examination when he described feeling his sister kick him and kind of waking up, but not really waking up. whether or not that would just be that circumstance where if you go down and you're sleeping with your sibling and you have a sibling who tosses back and forth throughout the course of the night, and maybe the child, is flailing around and touches, her brother. DL described this as being different, and DL indicated that he was kicked and it hurt.
That's right.
And then one of the things that came out through his recorded interviews that we got to see, the state would note it's 3 years later, and at 11, he doesn't recall this during his direct examination on the stand, but he describes noting that his sister isn't there in the bed. He peeks out the door and he sees his father walking down the stairs with Breasia.
That's right.
And he's talking to Breasia about vehicles. An interesting point that child brings up, because then if you reflect back to testimony that was offered by Aisha Langford and whether or not Mr. Dinkins was actively involved in his son's life and was a regular figure in his son's life, she indicated that whenever he got a new vehicle or a new girlfriend, he would come around. The state finds that very significant, that this 8-year-old child is indicating that his father is having a conversation with Breasia about vehicles. And of course, we've got the black Dodge Charger outside that has those very significant, what do I want to call, emblems on them. And then we've got the maroon Chevy Impala. At 3 o'clock then, and we cannot determine the sequencing of events relative to DL feeling his sister kicking him and noting that Mr. Dinkins and Breasia was going down the stairs. But I think from the testimony that is offered by Andre, it's clear that that event happened before Miss Culberson woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom. The courts had the ability to be able to look at the photographs and the layout of the apartment. The court certainly understands that that apartment is very, very small. And when she walks into that bedroom, which she has to enter in order to go into the bathroom, she notices that Breasia is not located on the bed or in the area where she saw that child sleeping when she fell asleep, but Detorius, or DL, I'm sorry, is still there at the foot of the bed. She's concerned. As she puts her glasses on to make sure that she's accurately seeing what it is that she believes she's seeing.
That's right.
And she testified that Breasia was not there. What's very significant is her testimony about how she was feeling. And Ms. Culberson made it very clear that she was not feeling good about this circumstance at all. Mr. Dinkins is gone. Breasia is gone. Mr. Dinkins is not the biological father of Breasia Terrell.
That's right.
He is only
That's right.
the biological father of DL. It's interesting that he leaves the apartment with Breasia, a young female child, but he doesn't leave the apartment with his own biological son.
That's right.
Ms.
That's
Culberson was not awakened by Mr. Dinkins to indicate that maybe the child was upset and scared and wanted to go home, so he was going to take Breasia back to her mother. There was no communication whatsoever. Aisha Langford also spoke to that issue. She never got a telephone call from Mr. Dinkins to indicate that there were any issues at all. And so there is nothing by way of what played out that night that would offer a reasonable explanation as to why an adult non-father figure would take a female child out of that apartment
Now you take
and
your
be
son
left
and you don't
with
even get out
that
the car and
child.
fish.
Ms. Culberson then describes how she's not feeling good and how she sits up in the dark, and that as she's sitting up in the dark, she's told you she's tried to call Mr. Dinkins. His phone is there. There's evidence to suggest that maybe the phone was out of power. But at any rate, the phone was not there. She's not able to communicate with him. While she's sitting there in the dark, she describes how Mr. Dinkins very quietly unlocks the door and then very quietly is coming up the stairs, which to her was extremely suspicious. He comes up,
She jumped out, was like,
he
surprise.
goes directly into the bedroom, he goes to his closet. And the state asserts that this is the point in time where Mr. Dinkins is getting a gun out of his closet because he has the intention of killing Breasia. And I'm going to speak to that topic here in a minute. But
Get
he
a
gets
girl.
into the
Oh,
closet.
this is good.
He takes an item out of the
Yeah.
closet that she's not able to see, that he secretes on his person. If this is an item that is of no suspicious, has no suspicious nature, why would you need to hide that item on your person so that your significant other couldn't see it? And then she describes going to that bedroom window where she sees Breasia standing on the passenger side of that maroon Chevy Impala. And then Mr. Dinkins leaves. When she goes back to the window, that maroon Chevy Impala is gone. Mr. Dinkins is gone. Breasia is gone. Andrea Culberson, during her direct examination, was specifically asked, when she looked out onto that parking lot, is there a possibility that somebody else could have taken that child? And she indicated that there was no activity going on out there in the parking lot.
Right.
There was no one around. The only individual that was out in that parking lot was Breasia Terrell standing by the passenger side of the vehicle. And as soon as Mr. Dinkins leaves, car's gone, Breasia's gone, and he is gone. Now, I want to step outside of that because we know by virtue of the investigation that was conducted that there was a significant amount of video surveillance footage that really told the events as to what was happening before that 3 o'clock and then again that 3:30 time frame. When we look at the time frame between 2 and 3 a.m., there is significant activity down there in the area of Schmidt Road. Mr. Dinkins has an RV that's being stored at DAVEN Self-Storage. This is a location where people can store vehicles. This is an RV that cannot be used for living purposes. There was a photograph that was introduced where you saw that there was no food items in that particular refrigerator. Through cross-examination of one witness by defense counsel, it was established that this vehicle isn't hooked up to any water. So what would be the reason for Mr. Dinkins going down to that area of town between 2 and 3? And we know that that child, Breasia, is not in that apartment at 3 a.m. That RV is in an area of town that's industrial, where there's no activity during that period of time. That RV has living quarters with a bedroom, and what's very significant to the state, which really speaks to what happened between Mr. Dinkins and Breasia, is when you look at that one photograph that was taken by officers of the Davenport Police Department, and you look at that bed, that bottle of cleaning solution that had bleach product in it was sitting on a box right by that bed. Interestingly enough, that's one of the things that DL mentioned during his own direct examination about there being a product in the RV that had Clorox in it. So what do we see happening between 2 and 3? We see that vehicle turning north on Schmidt Road. So coming down River Drive and turning north. With all of us being familiar with Davenport, a very obvious route of travel from that apartment complex would be I-74. You exit down on State Street, which turns into River Drive, and it takes you down to that area of town. So you would be driving west on River Drive. Then to access that RV, you would turn north up Schmidt Road. We know that vehicle went to the RV because then at the point that that vehicle is departing that RV, at DAVEN Self-Storage with that video surveillance camera being motion activated, a passenger style vehicle, we can't make out the description, but in the area of the RV is leaving that lot, and then we have that vehicle going back south towards Schmidt Road. Now, we have that happening twice, and when you stop and consider the time element, there was and I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to throw this out. I think between a total of 32 to 36 minutes that would show that vehicle north at Schmidt Road, and then when it's triggered as leaving the RV, we've got a time frame of about 32 to 36 minutes. When you look at the chain of events, it's clear that Mr. Dinkins has Breasia Terrell. There is no reason why Mr. Dinkins would be taking that child down to that RV. And it's the state's position that that child was sexually abused at the RV. And the facts and circumstances speak to that. And when I talk about Clinton, I think that that makes that very clear. Now let's go back and let's stop and consider the testimony that was offered by Aisha Langford. Aisha Langford was asked to describe Breasia and her personality. And the one thing that she said about her child was she was a truth teller. And her grandmother also described her as being a tattletale. If her brothers were doing something wrong, she was going to be a child who was going to tell the truth. And the state asserts that Mr. Dinkins underestimated this child and realized that this child was not going to keep what happened between them a secret. And so therefore, that being said, he had to murder that child so nobody would know that he sexually abused that child. So let's go ahead and let's finish that out.
This woman is smart.
We know then after they have left the apartment at 3:30, we have got activity at the quick shop.
It ain't that she's smart.
At the quick shop, we
Yeah,
know
he's
that he
dumb.
purchased a full tank of gas, which is needed if you're going to be traveling to Clinton County and back. That full tank of gas is significant. The court got to see the video with him going into the store, and one of the things that the officers noted was the significant number of times he kept looking out toward that vehicle, which had those dark tinted windows. Now, it wasn't a question of whether or not he had concerns about somebody coming and taking that vehicle, because we saw the lanyard with his keys on it when he went into the business. And he kept looking out toward that vehicle, toward that vehicle, toward that vehicle. And then when he went out and he pumped gas, he got back into the vehicle. The state's assertion is he got back into the vehicle because he needed to exercise some control over that child who was inside that vehicle. Then as soon as he's finished pumping gas, he leaves and he heads back east on 53rd.
Get him, girl.
Of other significant value is the way that he's dressed. He's got those gold tennis shoes on. He's got those very distinct shorts that are white that has kind of those blue overlays and pink overlays. And he's got that white t-shirt underneath it's an under t-shirt. You know, it's often called a wife beater. That's the term, a common term that we hear it called or described as. So he's got that clothing on, and then in doing the time extrapolation, if it left at 3:38, and that was the time, recognizing that that video timer was off by 2 minutes, in doing time calculations, there was a sedan that would have passed mile marker 124 at 3:44, and then again at 3:45. All right, so you take those variables, then we've got Mr. Brink's cell phone hitting off of a cell phone tower in the area of Kunow Implement at 4:27 a.m. This is where the identification occurs, which identifies Mr. Dinkins very clearly as being responsible for having murdered Breasia Terrell.
Exactly.
The court has had a significant amount of testimony about the area where her body was found. And the nature of the surface of the roadway there on 270th Avenue. There's been a lot of discussion about that incline down into the area where the pond is at and where her body was found. And the fishermen said that, you know, they wouldn't even take their trucks down there for fear of being stopped, but certainly not a sedan. We've heard testimony from Special Agent McMillan, who described that vehicle being, I guess, physically positioned perpendicular over 270th Avenue, with the rear wheels being off the roadway. And the court understands through testimony that there's not a nice shoulder there. It's just a steep grade over the edge of that roadway. Now, from Mr. Brink's testimony, He described how there was a black man out on the highway that he described as being more muscularly built. He described the individual as having a black top on at that point in time. Of course, when he was able to see the rear of Mr. Dinkins from a photograph that was shown to him from the quick shop, when he's got that t-shirt on, I mean, obviously you can see more about his build, but with a black shirt on, he described this individual as being, more muscularly built. That is very consistent with Mr. Dinkins. He's a black male, muscularly built. He was described as having jewelry on. That's one of the things that DL talked about in his interview, that his father had on jewelry that morning when he picked him up. He described him as having on a black cap. That's exactly what DL said. He said his father had on a scarf,
He sure did. Up under
a
that
do-rag that had a cap on it. And then when Mr. Brink took the black gentleman over by the rear of the car, it was that maroon Chevy Impala, and he described very specifically that white ox cord in the vehicle, with that vehicle being very clean. That's exactly how that Impala was when law enforcement seized it, and the court had the ability to be able to see it. See that in photographs. But in addition to that, he described him as having a mole on the right side of his nose, and then the court was shown that photograph from the notices that the Davenport Police Department was putting out that showed that mole. Mr. Dinkins, there's no question, he's the individual that transported Breasia out there, and that her little body was disposed out there. And the court knows that she was shot through the left mandible and traveled through the C3, C4, and then out through the back of her head, because we've got that one bullet stuck in her hair. And then she was shot twice in the back, in the area of her shoulder blade. And all of those injuries were significant as cause of death. And that's one of the things that Dr. Cruz testified to, that this child died of gunshot wounds, and that the manner of death was homicide. So now, let's go ahead and let's speak to this particular issue. The issue of covering up the crime.
Get it.
There's been testimony offered that bleach kills DNA. The court knows that sperm obviously is a source for an individual's DNA. If you apply bleach to an area that there would be human DNA, you have the ability to destroy that.
Exactly.
Also, the evidence that bleach facilitates the decomposition of a human body, but you talk about a human body being disposed outdoors in the middle of summer, that decomposition is going to start to happen very quickly. And that's something that Dr. Heather Garvin testified to. When Mr. Dinkins went back and picked up his son, he went to Clinton, and that speaks volumes about who's responsible for the death of the child.
That's
because he went and he purchased Clorox. He could go right around the corner from where he lives to purchase Clorox. But then that child talked about his father having gone to 2 wooded areas by bodies of water. We have that out there in the area of Kunau Implement. We have that in the area of Credit Island. The child described his father having a large blade that he picked out as being a machete when shown a photograph by Detective Hamas, and that his father had used Clorox because he knew that due to the odor of it, and how his father had gone down into the wooded area and had come back. The court had the opportunity to see the shorts. They were held up here in court. With this lighting, it wasn't as easy to see, but when the court saw the photograph that was taken by the state medical examiner's office, you could clearly see that there was discoloration in that fabric of the shorts. Also, that's something that Brandon Stepansky testified to from the DCI, because he described that there were areas on the t-shirt itself that was recovered from the remains that showed discoloration. And what's very, I think, significant is this. Mr. Dinkins purchased that bleach for a reason. He purchased it because he had the intention of destroying any evidence that would link him to the crime. The fact that when he was forced to take that cell phone, when he picked up DL and he pulled the battery out of that cell phone so that his location could not be pinged, but for the child putting that battery back in the cell phone, which gave us that vital information, and then we were able to make the connect up there with Kunau Implement and his path of travel. which then I think goes to the time element that was talked about by Detective Obert when he indicated that travel time going from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms, which would be the first video surveillance camera that would pick up his traveling in, to Clinton would be 22 minutes. On the ride in, it was 32 minutes. On the ride back, it was 37 minutes.
That's right.
All very significant because that additional 15 minutes gives him the ability to drive that additional 5 miles, go up, pour that Clorox on that body to try and destroy any evidence
Maureen.
that would connect him
Yeah.
from the scene.
Uh-huh.
And then when we go back to the issue of Mr. Stepanski's testimony, while he cannot come out and conclusively say that there was Clorox on the T-shirt, here's the thing that he did identify. Clorox has certain elements. 4 elements that you find in Clorox or bleach were 4 elements that were identified as being in those fabric cuttings. Bleach is a basic, and it would have a pH of 10. When they applied water to that cloth to try and pull what there would be in that fabric, and they tested its pH was 7.
Sure will.
But he also indicated that water's going to dilute the pH. And then when he performed the color test, if it's
Nitrate.
bleach, it will be a darker blue. But then again, he said the color test was
Get
a
it,
light
girl.
blue, but bearing in mind that water had been applied to that fabric. So while Mr. Dinkins has the advantage of the passage of time with her body and clothing being subjected to the elements, the point being, there is that evidence there that goes to show that he did pour bleach on that clothing. And then the thing that is just the real clincher to it all, the court heard all that evidence about canvassing. You know that we collected soil samples down on River Drive. It was not a conclusive match to the soil samples taken from underneath the undercarriage of that vehicle. We know he was out at on Highway 30. They took soil samples there, no match there. But then of the 4 soil samples that were collected from the undercarriage, 1 was up toward the driver's side. That was not an inclusive finding, but the 3 from the rear were inclusive finding relative to 3 of the 10 samples collected in the area off the side of the road. And with those GPS identifiers, that is consistent with the area where Jared Brinks indicated that he pulled Mr. Dinkins off the roadway. So when you go through that, Your Honor, the question is there sufficient evidence to establish that the defendant caused the death of Breasia Terrell? Absolutely. Is there sufficient evidence to establish that he was responsible for possessing a firearm and pulling a trigger?
Absolutely.
Well, we know what the bullets were that were recovered from the remains. They were 38 calibers. What do we have in the pond? We have a 38 caliber. And while the bullets had been subjected to elements and there was some damage, there were still characteristics that are consistent with 38 caliber bullets, and as having been ammunition that could be fired from the type of revolver that was taken from that pond. And then when you just stop and you consider just all of those circumstances, number 1, did Mr. Dinkins shoot Breasia Terrell? The circumstantial and direct evidence suggests that. Did she die as a result of being shot? Absolutely. Did Mr. Dinkins act with malice aforethought? Absolutely. Did he act willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Breasia? Absolutely. Was he participating in the offense of kidnapping? Absolutely. And then when we go to the elements of kidnapping in the first degree, did he confine or remove Breasia? He certainly did. He removed that child from apartment 8 in the middle of the night without notifying anybody. Did he do it with a specific intent to inflict serious injury? The child was killed.
That's
Did
right.
he do it with the specific intent to sexually abuse the child? And the state argues that all these facts and circumstances establish what his intent was. Or did he secretly confine Breasia Terrell? Well, she was confined. The state asserts that she was confined for the purpose of sexually abused, but then she
Right.
was murdered to keep this child from talking. And then As a result of her confinement or removal, did she suffer serious injury, or was she intentionally subjected to torture, or was she sexually abused? Absolutely. And did he have the consent or authority of Aisha Langford? Absolutely not. Or even if we were going to extend that to a child of 10, I don't believe any child is going to say that this is okay. So for those reasons, Your Honor, the state would ask the court to deny the motion for directed verdict of acquittal.
Get it, girl.
Anything further, Mr. Freeze? The court, after considering the arguments and motion made by the defense, determines that the court must deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. The court does find that there are sufficient evidence for the court to consider a verdict in this case in consideration of both counts, specifically for many of the reasons stated by the state. Therefore, the motion is denied.
You know what that means?
Mr. Freeze, do you wish to make any record as to your client's? Are you going to present any evidence, or what's the situation with the defense?
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Dinkins, we have consulted. Mr. Dinkins is electing to stand on his presumption of innocence, number one, and not testify. So he's going to exercise his
Let him
Fifth Amendment right to
testify.
remain
Don't
silent.
let him testify.
So
Yeah.
with that,
Don't stand up.
the defendant is going to rest his case and present no evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Do you wish to have colloquy with your client to establish that that is his decision, or do you wish me to question him?
I wish you would.
Mr. Dinkins?
Bring your butt up to the stand, boy.
He's going to question him?
Mr. Dinkins, you've heard the statement made by your attorney. You understand you are not required to testify in your own defense. Do you understand that, sir? But you truly have the opportunity, if you desire to testify in the course of the trial in your own defense. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And no one can force you to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you need any further time to discuss this matter with your attorneys?
No, I don't, sir.
And after that discussion, you've made a knowing and voluntary election not to testify. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Freeze, do you think there's any further colloquy that needs to be had?
I would simply say that I've had a number of conversations with Mr. Dinkins, both last week and again today. And it's been a full, complete, and fair discussion. So I think his decision is well-grounded.
Thank you. The court makes a finding that Mr. Dinkins has made a knowing and voluntary election not to testify. And as the defense has rested at this time, I would entertain closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Well, why they got to drag it out? Just put him away.
That, but we want to hear him tomorrow. I'm sorry. I want to apologize. Oh, I just lost my award. He is done, y'all. Did y'all
I'm
hear that?
surprised
He
he
denied
didn't-
his motion.
He didn't want to
It's-
say anything. I
he's
mean, what
done,
defense does
y'all.
he have?
He want to go up there and say, I apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I've been waiting on this all day. I've been in heat. But he knows he doing life in prison. He already know it, y'all. He knows it, y'all. Boy, we need to turn that music on and celebrate. Everything we just say here and talk about, they turned around and put it up there.
Yeah.
Everything we just sit there and that lady, boy, I'm telling you, that woman right there, boy, I need to buy her something to eat. She did her thing. She did her everything we talked about. She got up there and said it.
She did.
Everything. I like that woman. Hey, DL saved his sister life, y'all. DL saved his sister life. He saved his sister life. And the reason why I say that, because everything he said was true. Him and
He
Andrea.
sure found her justice.
Justice, baby. Justice. Anybody else want to get up here? Hush, Camper. My dog tripping because I'm making noise. Girl, oh, she don't say hush, camper. She have said everything that I wanted her to say. DL saved his sister life, y'all. DL saved his sister life. And this ain't got nothing to do about no white or black superior. It's wrong. It's wrong. That's all it was.
Right. Ain't got nothing to do
Oh,
with
it
that.
ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I don't even want to hear that today. I don't want to hear none of that today. Yeah, I enjoyed this, y'all. Y'all,
I
we
wonder how
did.
his prosecutor feels to have to sit there and defend him.
That prosecutor turned that heat up. You hear me? That woman got up there and turned that heat up on that mother sucker. He sitting
Sure
over there
did.
he gonna come up at, and they better come on time tomorrow now, cause they kind of like put me in the heat and trying to do the heat. He going to jail. He done. You missed it. Like you want to get life.
They gonna
He
say it
about to get
tomorrow. They gonna say it tomorrow.
They gonna say it tomorrow, baby. In the morning. He said at 9:30. That's a good time. When I get off tomorrow, when we have everything set up for y'all. Boy, I can't wait. Henry about to get on that. He about to apologize. Everything we don't say it over here was everything that the prosecutor threw out there.
I
And
don't
we
hear
don't
no
even know her.
apology. He can keep that apology.
Yeah, he can keep that apology because I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Henry.
I want to hear why the hell you so sick? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's so many sick people out here in this world. And I wasn't gonna let him get away with it, boy. I was sleep, y'all, snoring last night, just snoring. And went over the line. I done went through commercial and everything. I had to go back and delete that stuff out trying to get this information to y'all. I got it sitting up on top of my stomach like a fat woman, girl. I had the laptop sitting on my stomach like this with my glasses on. And I woke up, I said, oh my God. So I didn't. But we did it, y'all.
Yeah, I think so. I think the judge, he's not crazy. I mean, he see all the circumstantial evidence, the knife, the machete, the missing shoes, the missing clothes, the bleach. I mean, everybody
And that boy
corroborated
was
what the child said.
He was detailed, the color of the rag. And the rag had mud. He said, my sister stepped in that mud. Y'all didn't hear him. He said with that red rag. He said it's 2 white rags and the 2 red. What 8-year-old that got done for? That boy right there, a bright student. That's all he is.
Yes.
That young man smart. He saved his sister life.
He sure did, because I think
He
without
saved.
him, and no weapon. I don't think did they find the weapon? Yeah, they did find the weapon in the water.
They found that weapon.
But they're not able to connect him.
They didn't have any fingerprints or anything.
Right.
No, but that was it though. That's why I put it, send it out there to y'all. That thing that was the gun he threw out there in that water. And we said that, but we didn't know nothing about it until I found it on that video that they said that they found a gun. They said we got to update. They don't find a gun in the pond. Henry.
The attorney was right though. When she said he took the child out the house for the purpose of SA her, and that's what he did. That's exactly what he did.
They just cleared it up for me because I couldn't understand where he did what he did. But then now she just said how many minutes he was at that RV.
But how low can you go? You just call that girl, Mom. You supposed to be spending time. But y'all, I'm gonna thank God working in a mysterious way because he could have done that to DL.
Yeah, because he hadn't been around his son like very long either. It's
He could have did DL like that. Why he calling just one of DL?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The girlfriend, she should have asked him questions. Well, this is your son here. Why are you spending time with Breasia? That's just wasn't appropriate. And for her to not say anything. All he did was bringing her out the house and getting clothes and getting a gun and all these other things, and you say nothing. You just as culpable. I think she should be charged.
That's what
she should be charged.
She's supposed to be charged with something
child
supposed to be
endangerment,
charged.
something.
That's right.
And then y'all know she got a record too, right?
She do?
Marijuana.
What?
She have probation supposed to be in the house. She don't supposed to be doing that. It's a girl. We showed that yesterday. You know,
But I thought the woman was slow because I saw your other segment
That was
where you were
probably
saying
his
that
stuff,
she was
though.
scared of Mr. Dinkins and he had her scared. But that woman was very intelligent. She got on the stand and she said, "I don't know. I don't recall. I don't
And then
this.
you
I
hear
don't
her
that.
say,
I
heard her
suppose
say,
so."
"I
And
got
I'm
my
like, this
glasses."
woman is not slow.
She ain't slow. She ain't slow at all. You remember she took her glass. She said, and she made the defense attorney let him know that I took my glasses and put my glasses on to make sure. Now tell me, man, please. She and DL told everything. See, he didn't know DL was gonna remember this. He didn't think an 8-year-old man. I be telling folks 2 and 3-year-old remember stuff.
I believe DL saw a lot.
Yeah, he did. I believe he did
say
too.
because you could just tell how he acted during his interrogation.
Yeah.
As soon as she asked certain questions, that's when he got upset, and you could just tell.
He done did something.
Yeah, he knew. Because he said he peeked and he saw when he was taking her down the stairs in the apartment.
He did. He say that. He said, "I seen him."
He said he
that
saw
little boy.
and she said, "How did you see him?" And he said, "I was peeping."
And when they put him on the stand,
I seen him. He said, "I seen him." Everything we said here and said that one went back there and ripped it back up and put it on there decent.
Yeah.
Everything we said. He ain't had no business taking that 10-year-old girl like that. Don't no time 3 a.m. in the morning. Let her stand outside.
Yeah, while he go inside, anybody could have grabbed her even then. But then the girlfriend saw her standing outside. Why she didn't ask him or go, "Where are you taking her at 3:30 in the morning?" I just don't understand that.
I don't either.
See, that woman is wrong for that.
That's the part where I think she was in the car, because when DL got on the stand, then he told about them all being in the car. He said 3 of them got out, which was the girlfriend, Dinkins, and Breasia, and only 2 got back in. That keeps floating in my head.
I just ain't heard that part. That's why I ain't.
It's when DL comes to the stand this year, not his tape testimony, but when he's actually on the stand.
Yeah, I remember him saying that, and he said that he saw his dad pow her.
Yeah,
that's the last time he saw her.
Yep. So that's where my
confusion his dad what?
Pow, you know.
Oh,
his sister. He said on the stand out. They said, "When the last time you saw her?" He said, "That was the last time I saw her."
Somebody, Andrea.
No, the last time he saw his sister.
DL said the last time he saw his sister.
Oh.
Bang bang.
I didn't know he was.
Sure did. But I knew from day one when they started showing those videos of him in the quick stop and in Walmart's. He's the only one on the aisle pushing a basket, getting 2 bottles of bleach. I mean, they ought to know Walmart's is, you know, they put Walmart's in all these crimes. You know, they already know, but people still go to Walmart. So.
And why he had to go way to that Walmart right around the corner from
they had 3 of them. Near his house, they testified. So the judge is listening to all of this, and he's thinking, well, you know, it just doesn't make sense for you to go to a Walmart, I don't know how many miles out, when you got 3 within proximity of where you live. You know, and then where are those gold shoes we saw on
well, camera? They got 2 pair of his shoes. They got 2 pair when he was in the mud. They got that pair.
He must have 2 pairs. But
DL was smart. What 8-year-old gonna think about putting a battery inside a phone to play? Don't realize that God is good. He made that phone beam.
Yeah, because he was smart. Because you know, I can't even get those batteries out. Like talking about it, so he knew how to get a battery off the phone.
If he hadn't never put them battery in there, y'all, they couldn't have been where they were. It was like,
and he probably had time to do it because you saw his dad was standing in line to get into Walmart. Remember,
he did do it.
He had to wait.
He had time because that's what she was saying that he had plenty of time. That's how they found it. It was the phone just beaming, bing, bing, bing.
And see, the thing about it, his dad didn't know he had taken that battery out.
Oh, then the daddy took the battery out.
He found out in court though. He found out in court.
The dad took it out, but he found out that what his name put it back in to play the game.
Yeah, he put it back in. He said he didn't want to get in trouble. But that was a key. That was a key thing he did. You know, a lot of things that kid did that really helped put this case together for the state and for his sister, for his mom and their family. Because I think without him and what he knew and saw and was able to tell, I don't think they would have gotten.
They wouldn't
gonna
have
get
got
the
that far.
outcome I think they're gonna get.
With the fisherman, with the man who died,
Yes, the fisherman.
Jared,
then
the man who helped him
Why
out
would
the
you
ditch.
be out fishing early in the morning and your daughter is missing? You fishing, really?
And talking about
You were
three
supposed to be looking. You were looking. He said on the tape, "I'm looking." We were looking, and I got little Deacon. We went looking. We were looking.
and told that
You
little
didn't
boy
call
that lie.
911 once,
Yeah, told
and
DL
then
that
when they
lie.
called you, you didn't even answer your phone. They text you. You didn't even answer the phone or the
No,
text
he
until
was
you
at
were
the
sitting in
RV
that
washing up the
interrogation
night.
room.
In $100, he loved that $100. I give you $100 if you do this. I give you $100. I give you $100.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody else I know.
For real?
Yeah. Yes, it was all in the local paper, child. And they said he was trying to get a girl $100, a little girl $100. You do this and do that. It must be something about that $100 thing.
Yeah, cause he offered
That's big money to him, I guess.
he offered the man who helped him in the ditch, Gerald, whatever his name is. He said, "No, man, I don't need it." He said he offered me $100. If that man hadn't did that interrogation, yeah, if he hadn't started that investigation, cause he died. He died,
Right.
Maureen.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Oh, I
he
didn't know
passed
that.
away, girl.
That is
Well,
truth now before he
I
left.
think it all makes sense because when they interrogated him, he told that detective that he had to go back because he was low on gas. He needed to get money. But then they saw him in the quick stop with a roll of money. And
How
then
you
you
gonna
offer the
need some
man
money? He had
$100.
money.
So, yeah,
You
he
know
said
what?
he had to go back to get money. That was a lie.
That
You
man a
didn't have
big
to go
old
back to
devil.
get money. You had money.
Being the
He
devil's advocate, did that man
he had money.
order a pizza? You know what I'm saying?
I'm so glad, y'all. I didn't know nothing about this case until I picked up on the trial. And then I was scared to do it at first because I knew the CM was in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, but
And
I
then
had
when
been following it. Yeah, it's horrible what happened to that child. 10
I
years
ain't
old.
never seen, I
And
never seen this.
she's never been to that house at all. And then you
I
have
ain't
another
never.
woman in the house too. And she just let this happen to her. So you just have to be careful who you send your kids to. I don't care if they're family members or whoever they are.
Yeah.
I
Girl, I
just
was
wouldn't
strict.
do it. I wouldn't
When
do
I
it
first
today.
bought my home in 2000, I did not bring no men to this house, but I did bring one or two. I ain't gonna lie. I did think it was one of them. I ain't gonna tell that lie. I ain't gonna tell that lie. I ain't about to act like
But
I
you
was stuck up.
grown.
I ain't about to act like I was stuck up. No, but they didn't know it though. You know what I mean?
Right.
Shoot, they didn't know my business. And then
But
they were gone. Shoot, I did my thing.
yeah, but I had been watching it for a while. I picked up on it too, and I was like, "This is horrible what this man did." And then
Yeah,
shot her 3 times.
shot that girl like
Oh
that.
God, I was like, that child. For number one, she's probably already traumatized for what he did to her, and then you
Oh my
still bring her out here and shoot her 3 times. That's cold blooded.
God. Oh. And see, she wouldn't die. She's a strong girl. She's a strong-hearted person. He knew he had to take her out of him. Cause I was like, now usually when you find kids like that, you'll find them traumatized and they're alive. Some kids, or either they choked or something. But shoot them up like that. That's somebody she know.
Yeah, it was
Come on,
just
Henry.
that was just horrible, and I can't imagine. I hope his mom has an opportunity to do a victim impact statement.
I never seen his mama.
I'm
His
talking
sister
about
was on there
DL.
talking about she don't believe her brother would do all
DL
that.
mama.
Girl, you just
No, I'm talking about Dinkins' sister was on TV.
yeah, the Dinkins sister
Now
said
she
it.
already know. If
She
she
knew
looking at
it.
this case like we looking at it, she already know.
She already
Right.
know it. She don't want to say nothing about
I
it.
mean, I guess she has to say something. Somebody has to say something, I guess, on his behalf.
I'm so proud. You know what? We need prosecutor like that woman right there.
Honey,
You know who I
she was
want
on
her for
point.
and
I
why?
mean, that was a lot of material.
I want y'all to stick with me when I do all these little trials, especially with YNW Melly, honey. I can't wait to get his trial. I've been tearing him up too. I've been tearing YNW Melly up. That's a good case too, y'all.
Is that still going on? I thought they had made
Yeah,
a
he
decision. Or is
about
it
to go
they're
in
doing a second
October.
trial?
October.
Oh, in October.
He
Okay.
know he shot them his friends, and everybody trying to say free Melly. Ain't no free no Melly. He shot them two boys. He was the only one in that back seat of that car, and there go they evidence. Man, that's a good one, y'all. I be on that one right there.
I might watch that one. I can't watch another child one because
Y'all need to be over here.
That was that's why I've been thinking about it all day and night, and I'm like, I keep imagining what that child was going through.
And you know, she wanted her mama.
Going to her, and this strange man. She don't even know him really. He was a stranger.
And why is she the first one to sleep? Why she the first one to sleep? Most 10-year-olds be up looking.
He may put something in her drink. I think he put something in Andrea's drink too, because she couldn't even tell the detective, the police officer, what time she got up.
Thank you.
I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. But that woman was clear as day on the stand. She wasn't. You know what I mean? It was like, oh my goodness, this woman does remember what she did and didn't do.
I kind of reason what made me think I said this. I thought maybe he drugged her up because she ain't hitting the walls and kicking and doing all that do. I believe DL seen him when he got out that bed.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, she kicked him so he'd wake up.
Yeah, she kicked him. Like, look, help me.
Yeah, so, just know where I'm gone.
I'm gone. And then you laying in the living room like you don't hit nothing on that mattress.
Right. Just you like you don't hear nothing. People moving around in the house, and you don't hear nothing going on.
Come on, I was at work. Hell, I work out there in the darn sun, and I still would have woke up and what's that noise? What's that? Where you going? Why you ain't in no here? Girl, they don't want to hit my mouth because I know one that like that.
At least when he came back, that's that's a whooping you should have took.
Girl,
if he was scared of him, she should have fought on that night.
Asia said she was done with him, and then Andrea said on the stand. She said, "What you got to say? I'm so glad I'm done with him." I believe he had her hostage, y'all. I believe he had.
She should have said that when he was handling that child. That.
I believe he had her hostage because she acted like she was scared to leave him.
Yeah, because when the officer came to the door to search the apartment again, she asked him, "Well, is he okay with it? This is your apartment. Why are you asking him? Is he okay with the officer coming in? And this is your apartment. You paying the bill.
She but 30.
You sitting there working all day, and he's sitting there. He don't even work.
She 30-some years old. And that man got that woman looking like she 50-some years old.
Yeah.
Girl, come out now.
No, indeed, Lord.
That man drove that girl crazy. There's so many fools out there won't let you go, y'all. They won't let them women go like that.
I think the man was a leech, and he was hiding out up in her place, and she allowed him. And I don't know what was going on up in that camp.
She should at least be charged with letting them stay there and not having to register. That should be some kind of fine.
Yeah, didn't even register.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, he make me sick.
And I guess he used that trailer he had for his dirty deeds. He probably was running women too.
There's probably more than one child around here that he done got.
Mm-hmm.
Why they put my appointment on the okay? Yeah. That was good, y'all.
Yeah, that was. So we're gonna see. I guess tomorrow he's gonna come to the conclusion.
Girl, you know I can't wait. I'll wait on them before I went to work.
I hope DL and his mama and his entire family is there so they can give their victim impact statements. I just want to see what the mama gonna say.
She kind of nice.
She's gonna have me crying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the mama, Asian mama took it so hard.
Yeah, I know, because she trusted this man, but then she didn't know him. That's the thing.
She didn't know that dude.
She did not know.
She had a baby by him. She got pregnant by him and did her thing with him because he had money.
Yeah,
she was young.
See, he was a boss. See, Henry used to be a boss. Now he ain't nothing now.
Mhm.
Cause he had that RV plus a car plus another man. Please,
Yeah, I just
this
yeah.
was
Well,
good.
anyway, thank y'all for letting me participate
Yeah,
this
I
afternoon.
appreciate y'all. We did this. Y'all, God brought y'all in on this case with me because y'all, I've met some real women and men's. I've
Mhm.
met some real women and men's, and I been wondering where the hell they was. Because I know everybody on here couldn't be no food.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
But y'all, I appreciate y'all. I've
Well,
been on
thank
here all
you.
day. But let me
Right.
go on and get ready to download some more. I got some more stuff out there y'all need to check out.
See y'all
Okay.
tomorrow.
All
All
right,
right. Y'all
y'all.
take care. Okay. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Thanks for joining, everyone. I appreciate y'all being here.